If anything, we could use these extra barriers.
guys doing? This is Marvin?
Yeah,
That's his camera.
Hey.
This whole place is frozen. You gotta keep going that way.
But I have to get down to the courthouse to get inside. I have a pass to go inside.
Hold on, wait.
Down there.
Boss.
Wind up shutting in.
I know. This whole thing's frozen though. You're supposed to come off Lafayette.
Fuller. You know where we're going?
Good afternoon, folks. JB here with you live in the WFLA Now Stream Center. Stand by for interactive live coverage here across all platforms. About to launch on all platforms in about 5 minutes' time. We're going to be spotlighting some of your comments, some of your questions. Former New York City prosecutor Masa Saidi, current WFLA investigative journalist, will be joining us live on stream here in the Stream Center as we, again, cover this unprecedented event in U.S. history. 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump, will be turning himself in and then be arraigned in a New York City courtroom before returning to Florida tonight for an event at Mar-a-Lago that will also be streaming live. Stand by for live coverage in less than 5 minutes on WFLA Now.
What's PBMS stand for?
Control burn Manhattan South. Control burn Manhattan South. Control water Manhattan South.
Hello to you folks, JB here with you live in the WFLA Now Stream Center ahead of a historic moment, an unprecedented moment in the United States. Former President Donald J. Trump will be arriving in a New York courtroom. He will be turning himself into authorities ahead of an arraignment that is scheduled for 2:15 Eastern Time. We have been given a heads up that the former president will be departing Trump Tower and leaving for, again, the arraignment that is set for 2:15. That will be happening at 1 o'clock Eastern. The time in the bottom right, his estimated time of arrival at the court, that is accurate as it stands now with the word that we are getting from New York and from the team. I want to show you here really quickly a shot from the helicopter that is now monitoring the SUVs that are going to be taking him from Trump Tower to authorities where he's going to be turning himself in. So we're monitoring a lot of different shots here in the WFLA Now Stream Center. Stand by. Former New York City Prosecutor Masa Saidi is standing by to provide us with some live analysis. Again, live here on all platforms on WFLA Now. Folks, want to show you again, we're also monitoring several choppers that are in the air, hovering in the area above Trump Tower. This is a live picture that you're looking at of several black SUVs that are located outside Trump Tower. This is expected to be where we, of course, watch the former president leave Trump Tower. And that is about to begin here momentarily. Live coverage coming up on WFLA Now across all platforms.
Generator?
Stand by for live coverage.
WFLA Now will begin momentarily. WFLA Now will begin momentarily. Breaking news on WFLA Now. Here's JB Buno.
An unprecedented day for the United States as Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States, will be turning himself into authorities on criminal charges in New York, where he will be arraigned with millions around the world watching. You're looking here live at the area outside of Trump Tower, where Donald J. Trump is expected to depart momentarily. We're live in the WFLA Now Stream Center with access to every feed imaginable. Interactive coverage starts now on WFLA Now. Hello there to you folks. JB here with you live across all platforms with 8 on your side investigator Masa Saidi, who is also a former New York City prosecutor. So that, of course, makes you the perfect person in our newsroom, Masa, to join us here on stream. Good afternoon. It's going to be a historic day.
A historic day, and it is my pleasure to join you always, JB. We have been watching every single development as it has unfolded today, and we're going to stay right here, and I'm going to be back at 7:30 tonight joining you again. So long day ahead.
Now, you can see there in the bottom right-hand portion of your screen, Trump's arrival is set for 1 o'clock Eastern time. Now, we have been told that he is going to be really departing around 1 o'clock. Really, as we understand it, a lot of activity is expected to occur at 1 o'clock Eastern time, which is 3.5 minutes from now. Mas, I'm going to ask, I want to get the best audio from you possible. So maybe if Jim could bring up your microphone a little bit closer to your mouth. That way that we can really hear you.
Yeah.
And let's look here. Masa, you and I have both lived in New York City in the past. We know this city, and we know that we're looking here outside of Trump Tower where all the SUVs are lined up, multiple SUVs, and of course the Secret Service detail that is going to accompany the president, former president of the United States, as he makes his way to which building exactly for this moment?
So Mr. Trump will depart from Trump Tower in Upper East Side, Manhattan. He will be escorted along with Secret Service. He will make his way to Lower Manhattan, to the Manhattan Criminal Court building. And it's about approximately 4 miles away, the distance from Trump Tower to where he is expected to be arraigned, I believe at 2:15 this afternoon.
Just to show you that we have multiple choppers in the sky monitoring this moment, here's a different angle from the other side of the street. So the magnitude of this moment is becoming more and more clear. And we have seen some images on social media, Masa, of just how many members of the media are located in these two spots at Trump Tower, outside of course, where the arraignment, outside the courthouse where this is scheduled to happen at 2:15. And the magnitude of the moment is starting to settle in, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very sad day, whether you are a supporter of the president and you believe that this is a political persecution that is happening, a prosecution that is political in nature. It's a sad day for you. And it's a sad day even if you don't like the president, because, I mean, who wants to see this unfold? We have the former president who's going to be walking into Manhattan Criminal Court. He's going to be fingerprinted. He's going to have likely his mugshot taken. And, you know, this is not something that anybody is happy to see.
Now, let's talk about that, because we've heard about different reports as to whether or not we're going to actually ever see this mugshot. The mugshot, of course, would be immediately upon publication one of the most infamous mugshots in the history of this country, but we have heard about several reports coming out that we might not actually see that mugshot ever get released. Do we have any details on that?
Well, I'm not sure. My understanding was that a mugshot would be taken, which is standard operating procedure. Whether it's going to be released,
published, right.
I'm not sure. I don't have any insight onto whether that is going to be released, whether Mr. Trump would want that to be released, that he would want to use it in his campaign to become president, or whether that is something that they ultimately feel would be humiliating and they would not want that out there. But another issue has been this issue of whether he's going to be handcuffed. You know, it's quite often that happens. That is not going to happen in this case. We do not expect that to happen. There might be, you know, a short opportunity to watch the president once he's inside, to walk into the courtroom. But, you know, the judge ruled yesterday that cameras are not going to be allowed during this arraignment. So that is not something that you and I will get to see. But there are reporters at all of the relevant locations. There will be reporters inside the courtroom. There are reporters outside Trump Tower. There are reporters outside Manhattan Criminal Court. There are reporters where Representative Marjorie Greene is holding a rally. The people that are not supporting the president as well. Every single member of the New York City Police Department has been deployed for this day. They are ready, and if this was going to unfold in any city in this entire country, I mean, they are best equipped to handle it and to make sure that, you know, this day that is very emotional for some people, where it's going to remain peaceful,
That, of
despite
course,
the emotions that are attached to this moment.
with demonstrators that are out there, members of the media, and of course, the security detail with the former president, just the enormity of the moment. There are a lot of folks in the most populated city in our country, one of the most populated cities really in the world, again, for this moment, the 2:15 Eastern Time arraignment of the 45th President of the United States. We are now engaging with a new digital audience joining us on the WFLA Facebook page. Good afternoon to you folks. JB here with you live alongside Masa Saidi here in the WFLA Now Stream Center. Masa, a former New York City prosecutor. Of course, we're going to be picking her brain over the course of the live stream here, but we want to stay full screen on this shot from our sister station Pix 11. For, again, this is outside of Trump Tower, and this is where we're about to see, as we understand it, we've been given a heads up that Donald Trump is going to be taken in one of these SUVs momentarily to the courthouse, where he is, again, expected to turn himself in and then be arraigned at 2:15 Eastern Time. So, Masa, what do we know specifically about the charges and the nature of those charges, whether or not they're felony charges? We've heard numbers get thrown around, more than 30 charges potentially here. So what do we know about the charges specifically?
So the charges are going to be revealed when the former president is arraigned later today. So all we know is what has been reported by some national outlets that are reporting that there's going to be several dozen charges. It's believed at this point that the charges stem from hush money payments made to Stormy Daniels, this happening right before the 2016 campaign to hide an alleged affair that Ms. Daniels claims that she had with the president. And, you know, these hush money payments, they're, you know, something that happens all the time. It's very common, but what makes it potentially troubling is if it's related to the election, and that is when it can go from something that is okay and happens all the time, these types of payments, to where it's elevated potentially into a crime.
We're going to be monitoring the Facebook Live and YouTube Live comment section. This is what we do interactively on WFLA Now. We know, though, that this is an event in time, of course, that is going to be so politically charged. There's going to be emotions running high in our comment section. We're going to do our very best to parse through some of those comments in the Facebook Live, YouTube Live, TikTok Live comment section, and try to take some of those questions or even some of the observations that are coming in from our live audience. We want to be able to spotlight some of your comments on screen. You see the yellow stripe underneath Masa's name on the right. You see the yellow stripe underneath my name here on the left. Hashtag Hey Masa or hashtag Hey JB. If you use one of those hashtags with your comment, we can pop it up on screen and address it on screen. So we'll be looking for those comments over the course of this live stream. You're looking here at the Secret Service detail that are awaiting President Trump, the 45th President of the United States, as he makes his way down Trump Tower and again arrives for him. Really, I mean, this begins with turning himself in. Masa, what is that process going to look like? Again, for those of you just joining us, Masa Saidi, a former New York City prosecutor, so has a little bit of insight here that's going to be very valuable over the course of this live stream. But the process of turning yourself in, we've never seen it for a former president, but as far as just the average Joe or Jane, you or I, what would it look like in a scenario like this?
Yeah, that's right. A former president has never been charged. That's why this is such an incredibly historic day. And, you know, there are accommodations being made. You know, the building that he's going to be walking into, intense security. We know that they have searched every area of that building to make sure that the president is going to be safe in anticipation of this moment. My understanding is that he's going to be entering into the building via a side entrance. He's going to, I'm getting an email from our digital team saying that the president does plan to make a brief statement before he enters the courtroom. So we will bring that to you, of course, if the president does end up making a statement. But once he enters, he's going to be fingerprinted, the mugshot will be taken, and then he's going to be escorted into this courtroom. And once he arrives and once he is seated at the table, we understand that all three attorneys are going to be with him, alongside him. Once that happens, we expect that the prosecution is going to approach. They're going to give an envelope to Mr. Trump and his attorneys. It's going to contain a paper copy of the indictment. There will also likely be discovery materials that are handed over today. What I'm talking about is the grand jury testimony, the documents that were presented to the grand jury, the exhibits that were presented to the grand jury. And so this is some of what is going to be transferred over to Mr. Trump and to his attorneys, and the charges are going to be revealed. We expect that Mr. Trump and the attorneys are going to waive a formal reading of the indictment, but we do believe that the prosecution is going to make a presentation, tell the court what are these charges about and what are these charges based on. And then, after that, Mr. Trump, by all accounts, is going to enter a plea of not guilty, and he'll be released on his own recognizance. Of course, before that happens, they're going to set a schedule for motion practice. But, whether Mr. Trump says not guilty or whether somebody else says it on his behalf, we'll have to wait and see what happens there, JB.
One of the first questions that we have comes in from Sabian on YouTube Live, #KJB. Given his popularity, is it possible he could be president again and also be in jail? Now, as I understand it, Masa, that this does not interfere with his campaign, or I guess interfere is a relative term, how you would imagine it interfering, but it does not prevent him from running or even winning the presidency in 2024.
That's right.
But the thought of jail time here being put forth by Sabian, that's such a this day feels like something that you would never have imagined a former president facing criminal charges, but then the idea of a former president facing jail time is what Sabian is asking about here as well.
I mean, he's really jumping ahead. We haven't
That's a major jump ahead.
We haven't even seen the indictment. I can tell you that listening to Joe Tacopina, the president's defense attorney, that they intend to vigorously fight this. They think that the law and the facts are on their side. So that is looking into the future a little bit more than. I don't know what else to comment about that.
What's interesting is that we're talking about how unprecedented this is, but
yeah.
Donald Trump, like any American, is innocent until proven guilty, and so he is expected to plead not guilty today. And so I know it's only natural with our comment section to ask about what the potential consequences could be. There is the 45th president of the United States, Donald Trump, walking and getting into one of the SUVs outside of Trump Tower. He's expected to be driven down here through Manhattan to arrive to turn himself in and then be arraigned at 2:15 Eastern time in a New York City courtroom. We're watching this live. We're going to follow now. We have access to a lot of cameras to follow this SUV motorcade as it makes its way through lower Manhattan. And Masa, we just saw the former president of the United States get into that SUV as he heads now to turn himself in.
Yeah, so right now they're going to be making their way downtown to lower Manhattan, approximately 4 miles, where they will be entering the Manhattan Criminal Court. Again, we're going to be waiting and see, and I know, JB, you're all over this. Will the president make any sort of a comment before he enters the courtroom? That is what we are waiting to hear right now. But, once inside, you can see that the motorcade is now moving as the former president makes his way to lower Manhattan to be the first president to be indicted on criminal charges. I mean, wow.
As we look here at the security detail that is also being provided, as I would understand, of course, there's going to be, and there already have been, massive amounts of street closures through New York. So this is not expected to be a very long journey. But again, this is live from our sister station, Pix 11. We're watching here as that motorcade now makes its way. And we have some other feeds here to show you as well. Let's go live to a feed here on the ground. And there is some of the SUVs with the motorcade itself. And you can see an FDNY escort. There's also going to be there it is, an NYPD escort. And there are some of the members of the crowd. Whether you have been waiting and demonstrating and be participating in a protest or in an act of support. We'll go back now to the chopper. The chopper has the signal back up. Or whether you're just somebody who's out for the lunch hour in Manhattan, you might be stopping and seeing this moment as the former president is now being transported to, of course, the building where he's going to be turning himself in. This is a live picture again from Pix 11.
And might I just say, I mean, just not a ton of people on the street right now, JB. And if you think about it, it's Manhattan. It's the middle of lunchtime. Not a lot of people on the street. I know earlier, Mr. Trump had called on his supporters to be out and showing support. And you know, there was a lot of reporters outside Trump Tower earlier. I think there was a good amount of people that had gathered in support of the president outside of Manhattan Criminal Court, but I'm really anxious and curious to see what the crowds look like now as the former president is expected to enter into Manhattan Criminal Court and possibly to make some sort of a statement.
And you know, it's interesting, Masa, we're not going to get too deep into the politics of this until our stream later on tonight, because as a reminder, folks, for those of you just joining us, Trump is expected to speak at Mar-a-Lago tonight. The same day that he is turning himself in, being arraigned, he's expected to hold an official response event at Mar-a-Lago in Florida tonight, back home, and again in his home state. And we're going to stream that response live here across all platforms. Wherever you're watching right now, you'll be able to watch that. And we're going to be getting into the politics a little bit before and after. We're going to have a special guest join us from here in Florida, a nonpartisan guest to kind of break down the implications of today's events. However, as far as this moment in time, we're talking about something that we've never seen before. So the political implications here are still to be learned. But I will say this, as far as the supporters and the demonstrators that have been out there, Masa, you've lived in New York, I've lived in New York, and we know that the political climate in New York has shifted over the last decade or so. And while New York is still very much considered to be a blue state, no doubt about it, Donald Trump has a lot of supporters in New York, especially when you
in Staten Island. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm not talking about the city.
Okay.
Talking about
in New York State.
Oh
okay,
God,
thank you. Yes,
you get out to Long Island. You get to upstate New York.
And
as far
Staten
as
Island.
Yeah, if you look at a political map and you're going to see Manhattan and the areas around it as blue, there are still a lot of red counties in and around really the New York metropolitan area. So now we're looking at, again, the chopper feed, and we have some other feeds. Just to show you really quickly as we lose view of the SUVs, there are feeds all over the place. I've been in the stream center now for a while, and I don't think I've ever seen so many camera feeds that we have access to. This is unprecedented as far as just the amount of cameras that are pointed at one singular event in time, all following the former president. And there's no doubt, Masa, that there's been conversation about whether or not this improves the chances for 2024 or lessens his chances for 2024. We know that is a conversation that is being had probably right now in our comments section. We're going to get into more of that later, but there's no doubt that all eyes today are on Donald Trump and this moment in time.
And I think in the immediate aftermath of these charges being brought, the fact that no former president had ever been charged with a crime, Mr. Trump's team did send out an email to the media saying that they made in one day, I believe it was $4 million that was donated to their campaign. So, in the aftermath of this, so many in the GOP have spoken in support of the president, calling this a political move by the district attorney in Manhattan, Alvin Bragg. So I think in the short term, you can argue, and what they're hoping for, that this does help him. But I think the question of long term, what happens as more evidence is revealed, as maybe these other prosecutions kick up, I mean, that could change. I mean, we have to wait and see what happens. Certainly the former president is a fighter, and he is going to fight this. And in the past, when he has faced obstacles that may seem insurmountable, we have seen him come ahead. So wait and see. But right here, where's that from, JB, this shot?
This is now outside of the arrival location for where the motorcade is expected to arrive soon.
Okay.
And look at the amount. You were talking about the law enforcement detail on this.
Yeah.
We're getting a good shot of it here. everyone here just to make sure that this is an event that is safe and secure, a location that is safe and secure. Again, we're monitoring a lot of different feeds here in the stream center as the former president of the United States is moments away from arriving to turn himself in on criminal charges, the first time in U.S. history. I want to pop on screen here for a second and also talk about, there's so much made. This is our first time really talking about 2024, and we're going to get into 2024 a little bit later on tonight when the former president responds from Mar-a-Lago. But, one name that we haven't brought up too much on the stream yet, Masa, is Ron DeSantis.
I knew you were going to say that.
And so, as millions pour into the Trump campaign, and we know that DeSantis's war chest is relatively impressive as well. That, of course, also, too, how Ron DeSantis's campaign, potentially, he has not announced a bid for 2024, but how that fits into the picture, too, is also something that is really complex because, again, we're dealing with something here that is unprecedented in U.S. history.
And initially, the governor appeared reluctant to, weigh in on this, to talk about this, but he did speak about it after he was asked by a reporter about this, and he kind of, distanced himself from the president a little bit, I guess throwing a little bit shade, saying, I don't know much about giving money to, porn stars. I don't know anything about that. He said that twice, but he did make it clear that he thinks that this is an overreach by this alleged George Soros-backed district attorney, what we hear thrown out so often. So he did speak kind of against the prosecutor while also throwing a little bit of shade, I guess, on the president as well. So this has definitely been very difficult for him and how to figure out, how do you react to this? But he has come out since. He called this indictment un-American and basically said it was only happening for political reasons. But in one of the statements that Governor DeSantis made, he did seem to say that perhaps misdemeanors were committed here, but that it was an overreach for it to be a felony, which is what we might be expecting as, felony charges stemming from these hush payment money that was made to Stormy Daniels on the eve of the election.
Another thing worth noting here as well, a lot of folks I would imagine everybody watching right now, wherever you're watching from, you could be here in Florida, you could be in New York, you could be elsewhere in the United States, you could be somewhere else in the world watching this live stream. Of course, we stream to platforms that are available globally. And so you might be wondering, are we going to be able to see inside that courtroom? And no, there's going to be no live access inside the courtrooms, but it's expected to be brief. So Trump is expected to go in. This is expected to be a very quick court hearing, and then he's going to pop right out. But perhaps the most lengthy part of the process will actually be the booking process before he actually appears in court itself. I mean, there's paperwork that has to get done. I mean, there's the, fingerprinting. I have done a mock fingerprinting before. That's relatively quick. The picture itself, relatively quick, but just the entire process in and of itself is going to take some time. So we're going to see him go inside.
Yeah, possibly we're going to hear a statement that he's going to make at any moment. I mean, this could be happening at any moment. So we're less than an hour away right now from when that arraignment is set to begin. And we are watching the president make his way to downtown Manhattan to walk into criminal court. I'm
looking here. I was just curious for a second. Flight radar, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, at least 9 helicopters in the air circling this moment. A lot of air traffic over an area that is used to seeing a good amount of air traffic. But again, this is the media attention surrounding this. We're talking about quite an event. So Julianne wants to know, #HJB, #HeyMasa, what is his ETA from the courthouse? Do we know? I think he's expected to be there within the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's 4 miles, and they don't look like they're hitting much traffic right now. So I think he's going to get there momentarily.
Some people commenting, this is interesting. I'm going to pop up on screen here for a second. Some people commenting, finding this interesting, that this is the most watched, perhaps, car event since the white Bronco. I mean, since OJ. I mean, that's what some people in our social media comment section are commenting. I would also like to get an idea as to, we're going to go through more of your #HeyJB, #HeyMasa questions and comments here on Facebook Live, YouTube Live, TikTok Live as well. But as we live stream, we monitor your comment section. We know that this is an event that people are watching around the world. So quite literally, what we'd like for you to do right now is comment where you are watching from. Are you joining us from here in Florida? Are you joining us from New York, New York? Or are you joining us from one of the other great states that we have in this country? Are you joining us from elsewhere, another country, and tuning in internationally? Let us know in the comment section. We'll try to shout out some places.
And I can tell you, we're monitoring Twitter as well and what the reporters are tweeting. And it looks like the crowds are getting much, much larger. They have since this morning gotten a lot larger. Both people there to support the president and people there to speak out against the president. But we know that George Santos made a stop by there, the Republican embattled congressman, to show his support for the president. Marjorie Taylor Greene is there right now at the rally. So the crowds have gotten larger, and I expect that we're going to see that momentarily with one of your shots as the president arrives in Lower Manhattan.
I got my eyes glued here in the stream center to about a dozen or so different feeds that are live and useful to us, but we're staying with the chopper feed so that we can monitor the progress of the SUV. And just a different tone than yesterday. Yesterday, we saw an SUV motorcade leaving Mar-a-Lago, heading to Palm Beach Airport, and there was all these supporters. There were windows down. You saw the former president with his hand out of the window. This definitely a different tone here today in New York. And our great team here at WFLA letting us know that there's already videos coming in, videos that we'll be able to show you once, of course, we see the former president go inside. And again, our courtroom access is non-existent. We won't have any cameras inside the building. But the moment that he arrives, and whether or not there's going to be a staged moment outside of the building, that we're going to find out. But here we have the arrival of the former president of the United States down in Lower Manhattan. And here we now have the beginning of the motorcade. Let's go live to one of our ground shots and show you this here in the stream center. This is, again, the first vehicles arriving here on scene. Let's just listen in as we listen to the crowd and those who have gathered outside. And there was the 45th president of the United States with a wave down the street here in Lower Manhattan. As he arrives, he is now expected to turn himself in and then be arraigned on criminal charges. The first time in U.S. history that an event like this is unfolding. And we'll go back to the chopper shot now to show you just what this is looking like from the air. And Masa, again, a historic moment unfolding now inside this Lower Manhattan government building.
Yeah, and we saw President Trump walk out. He waved at the crowds, and he appeared fairly somber as he entered that courtroom. I mean, for years and years and decades, there have been investigations into the president, but this is the first time at the age of 76 that he has now been formally charged with a crime. So it is possibly one of the worst days of his life, I would imagine. I mean, he's going to fight this, and he denies having had an affair with Stormy Daniels. He denies any hush payments or any wrongdoing at all, but this has still got to be, difficult experience to go from being in the White House to entering criminal court to be fingerprinted. So I know there was a lot of reports about, would the president be smiling? How did he want to be perceived in this moment? And, he looked like he was very serious, JB. That was my take. What was your take?
Just that this is a moment that we're going to remember. This is one of those moments where Folks are going to remember where they were, who they were with, whether they were watching with their kids or with their family. This is a moment where Americans, if they're at work, if they're at school, if they're on their lunch break, if they're in their car and they're listening or perhaps pulled over on the side of the road, that this is one of those moments where a lot of Americans are just stopping what they're doing and taking this all in, a moment in history. And also, though, I think I can't help but feel like if you're somebody who's watching this moment unfold, you no doubt have an opinion on it. But you want to know what this means for the future of our country. You want to know, there, of course, have been so many accusations put forth that this is all political, that this is a political witch hunt, that this is something that is targeted in advance of his ramp up for 2024. And so many questions that are being asked, questions that are, rightfully being asked as far as how this fits in to us bettering our country. I think that a lot of Americans just want to be inspired about where the future of our country is going to be, where our country is headed. So how this fits into that with the former president now facing criminal charges, turning himself in, is this better for our country going forward? Is this worse for our country going forward? There's a lot of questions that are being asked right now.
One thing that we've heard supporters of the president say is, talking about the fact that prosecutors have discretion. And they've said, with all the crime that's happening in New York City, with the limited resources of prosecutors at every single district and in this entire country, like, why is this happening now? And they point to the fact that, this is falsifying a business record. That's what we think all of this is based on. But what people have said in support of this district attorney is this is the financial capital of the world. We know that this district attorney took office in 2022 and reportedly has used this charge on more than 100 other defendants. And so the argument would be just because he's a former president, he doesn't get to escape this. But, ultimately, this is a question that we expect to learn much more about today when prosecutors finally reveal what are the charges and what are they based on.
What are we watching here? We're looking here at now a group that is heading, weaving through the SUVs that were part of the Trump contingent.
It's NYPD is leading the way there, an officer.
So exactly what's unfolding. Not sure who the gentleman is in the white shirt.
Yeah.
But this is, again, just accessing all the different live feeds that we have. I just want to bring up one comment here. And again, we're monitoring comments with hashtag HeyMasa, hashtag HeyJB. Lorraine just saying, look, it should be criminal. It should be criminal charges for the amount of money. Taxpayers are paying for this. Absolutely. The amount of money is astronomical. What a disgrace is the opinion of one of our commenters, Lorraine. There's no doubt that this is an expensive event to put on. And so the amount of money that is being paid, the amount of resources being dedicated to this, I don't even, have you seen any reports, early reports that point to just how expensive this is actually going to be?
I mean, there has been a grand jury investigation into this for many years because this is an old case. This is all, again, stemming from money that was given to Stormy Daniels to keep her quiet on the eve of the election. And while those types of payments are okay ordinarily, but if they're being used to help the president with the election, then that's where you have these issues rise up. But we know that when Prosecutor Alvin Bragg took office, initially he said that this case was not ready. Again, this has been a long-standing investigation, but this year he impaneled a grand jury, and I guess now this case was ready. But he did take a lot of heat initially, and several prosecutors, I believe 2 prosecutors, resigned when he at first declined to bring about these charges. But it is a fair question to ask. I mean, again, prosecutors have limited resources, and a lot of time has gone into this.
Yeah.
You don't bring charges for the first time ever in American history against a president without, I imagine, having something to back it up with. So
it's just staggering, the amount of officers, the amount of federal security, just the amount that has gone into this. But as you would expect, right? I mean, This is a country that when NYPD prides itself, of course, on being one of the finest New York, or excuse me, police departments in the country. Masa, you've worked with NYPD again as a former prosecutor, so no surprise that there is that large of a contingent, and just about every NYPD officer is on the streets today. But my goodness, just seeing it all unfold. It's interesting too that one of our commenters just wondered, my goodness, how expensive of an event is this really going to be when it all, when it all shakes out?
And I just do want to point out that the president obviously did not make a statement. He's now entered the building, and he didn't make a statement. So if we hear from him, I don't know if we're going to just hear from him tonight. We know we're definitely going to hear from him tonight when he's back in Florida, but we're still waiting to see if he's going to say anything in New York City after the proceeding, because it appears that he did not, make any sort of a statement beforehand.
So Masa, break down what we're expecting. I mean, what do you think is happening right now?
I think right now they are beginning the process of, processing the former president, just as they would any other criminal defendant. And they're going to fingerprint him. They're going to take his mugshot. At some point, his team is going to get a paper copy of the indictment. And that indictment could be a bare bones indictment, or it could be very detailed. So it could be short and just repeat the law, but we don't expect that's going to happen. This is such a high profile case, and DA Alvin Bragg is expected to talk with the media. I think that has been announced already, that there's going to be a press conference. So I think if you're holding a press conference, you expect that you're going to be answering questions. So we believe that this is going to be what's referred to as more of a talking indictment, where it's not just reciting the law, where the district attorney is going to basically lay it all out. What are these charges based on? Because it's such a high profile case. That's what we expect. But, ordinarily under New York state law, falsifying a business record is just a misdemeanor. That misdemeanor charge is elevated to a felony if it's done to conceal another crime. So the other crime could be a federal or a state campaign election violation. And so really what is most important, if what we think is going to happen today, is did Mr. Trump play a role in this alleged cover-up, which again he has completely denied, and was the payment a personal payment to kind of help his marriage situation, or was the payment related to the election? So that is what we are going to be looking for here today, JB. But it's almost time, less than an hour now, till we learn more information.
Again, the arraignment was scheduled for 2:15 Eastern time. It's expected to be relatively brief. Some of the assets are just coming in. I want to show you, this is the chopper shot. I want to show you a couple of the things that are going on right now. So there's the NYPD detail that is outside of the courtroom. And I also want to show you this, Masa. Take a look at this. Yeah. We're going to pop up on camera. This is the Associated Press capturing this picture from right outside Trump Tower. This was him leaving Trump Tower and looking, I'm sure, at the pool of photographers and video journalists, and Trump putting his fist up in the air. That is similar to what we saw yesterday as he was leaving Mar-a-Lago, and he had his fist up to his supporters outside of the SUV windows. He was making his way over to the airport. Some other videos that are coming in we're going to show you here in just a moment. In fact, let's go quickly to the video of him actually leaving and see if we can show you this. So here is now some B-roll, as we call it in TV. This is raw. So this is just now coming in. This is being fed back, and some of the video. And I think that they included in the notes on this particular piece of B-roll that they were going to show Donald Trump walking out of Trump Tower. But that could be another video that's being processed and transcoded right now. But there's the entranceway. We've seen that entranceway. No, there he is.
Okay, that's Mr. Trump exiting Trump Tower.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And there's the moment where the Associated Press captured him putting his fist up in the air, him waving, and then him proceeding over to the SUV. Also want to show you, this is, let's see what we have here. This is an arrival, and I believe that this is
That looks like it's in Lower Manhattan as somebody is walking into
I believe
into the courtroom.
it might be a member of Congress.
Is this now, JB? This is
No,
not from earlier?
we're getting now some of what was unfolding during the motorcade, making its way through Lower Manhattan. These are some of the videos that were coming in from various sources that we have. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah, I'm like,
confirmed.
is that the back of her head? Okay.
It is. It is. We just confirmed with our team. So Marjorie Taylor Greene, and this is her at a press event as well. Being there in Lower Manhattan.
Yeah, she's directly across the building where Mr. Trump is now inside to be processed before his arraignment. It's set to begin in less than an hour. And so she had called for Mr. Trump's supporters to come and show their support. And that made the mayor of New York City issue a warning yesterday, be on your best behavior, control yourselves to everyone there. But, both supporters and not supporters of Mr. Trump are there right now.
And here you can see the AP slate that's being put up because we're about to see George Santos outside of court. That is,
Earlier,
of course, the New York congressman who has been accused of lying repeatedly over the course of not just his campaign, but in the many years before his campaign. Let me see. I can bring up some audio here.
Because I felt like people needed to see that their representative supports the rule of law. That this DA is. I'm talking to you because you talk to my people. Because this DA refuses to take criminals off the streets, but wants to stretch a misdemeanor into a felony. That's why. I'm done.
All right, that's enough.
So that was George Santos, who, of course, has seen his name in many headlines over the last several months, really since he was elected in New York. And so let's go back now to some of the live pictures that we have from outside the courthouse, some of New York's finest. Signing up, of course, today or really being tasked with the security detail surrounding the arraignment of the 45th president of the United States. So just like many of us, they are now outside awaiting, of course, the former president to be arraigned. And then, of course, the former president will then get back into an SUV. We don't know exactly if he is going to head from the courthouse back to Trump Tower or if he's heading right back to LaGuardia Airport.
Yeah, we don't know. But I mean, I would assume he's already packed his bags. I mean, I'm sure
I would imagine
he's going to go straight to
right to the
LaGuardia.
airport.
He wants to, just head back to Florida. I mean, imagine it's been a very long several days for him, and he's going to be anxious to, speak about this and when he arrives back in Florida later today. So I'm just really curious to see if he says anything to reporters or if he waits until later tonight, JB.
And what Masa is referring to is this day has been somewhat choreographed. Really a week or so in advance, just days in advance of today, this monumental day, April 4th, 2023. And what I mean by that is that there is already an event that has been pre-scheduled for 8:15 tonight at Mar-a-Lago, the official response from the 45th president of the United States, Donald Trump. He will be responding to not just the indictment, not just, of course, him turning himself in, but what his experience was like over the course of today, and issuing, sharing his thoughts on what he has thought of this entire process. Stand by, folks. We have some news coming in. So this is coming in 17 minutes ago. Yeah, roughly in the last 20 or so minutes, folks, we can say with confidence, the former president sharing this on Truth Social, his social media platform. Here it is. Donald J. Trump heading to Lower Manhattan, the courthouse. Seems so surreal. Wow, they are going to arrest me. Can't believe this is happening in America. And then, of course, make America great again. This is his, again, he has not reappeared on social media, even though he has been allowed back on social media by various social media giants. He is still exclusively using his Truth platform. And again, I'll read it again. Heading to Lower Manhattan, the courthouse seems so surreal. Wow, they are going to arrest me. Can't believe this is happening in America. MAGA.
Yeah. And I think this is a moment that, I mean, regardless of what the campaign says, regardless if it's helping them in the short term, I mean, it's hard to believe that they actually would ever want something like this to happen. I mean, this is a difficult day. And, you know, you hear a lot of analysts talking about how this is kind of going to open up the floodgates. You know, there are 2 other investigations that are going on, one in Georgia and a federal investigation as well into other actions. And some say that this is the weakest case. And now that this has happened, we'll just wait and see, you know, are the other cases going to be expedited? I mean, does this open up the floodgates to, you know, prosecutions the president is potentially facing, former president?
Let's just get to this comment. I'll read it here on screen. And here it is from one of our YouTube commenters. Hashtag KJB, no one is above the law. You know where hundreds of thousands of dollars of your money is going. What a sad day for America. Disgraceful. America is better than this. You know what's interesting about this comment in particular is that you can't help but wonder, too, how people around the world are taking in this moment, too. No doubt that we have an international audience. I know because we had some folks that say that they were watching from the UK. I saw some folks mentioning that they were watching from South Africa. I mean, people that are watching, especially on YouTube. YouTube is really an international audience there. And how this is being just digested, elsewhere, as we have a former real estate mogul who was elected president of the United States, who then was impeached twice, not convicted, but impeached twice. And then, of course, the events of January 6th, and how our country was doing before the pandemic, then after the pandemic, how the pandemic was handled here in the United States. It has been, the last 6 to 7 years in this country have been unpredictable, perhaps more than, I mean, you can never predict the future, but as far as what the last 6 to 7 years of this country has been like, it's unlike anything we've really ever seen before. And so how it's being digested around the world, especially now that we have Donald Trump running for president again. And he's currently the front runner for the GOP, like you said, running for president. And, you know, right now he is being fingerprinted. And we were just reading reports that he's not going to have his mugshot taken. We knew that he was not going to be handcuffed, but they are making some special accommodations for the president. But yeah, I mean, it's a remarkable moment in our country right now. The first time ever that a president is being charged, and possibly with, you know, several dozen charges, possibly with felony charges, all while he's running to be the president again. It's a remarkable moment. It is. And there are some in this country that will feel that the best long-term outcome for this country is to elect Donald Trump again. There are some in this country who believe that the future of the GOP, that the torch should be passed, if you will, and Governor DeSantis' name gets brought up quite a bit these days as a potential maybe successor as the face of the GOP. There, of course, you can look in our comment section. You're going to find a lot of opinions about Joe Biden. I'm sure that there are going to be a lot of divisive opinions about the current president of the United States, who's remained relatively mum throughout this entire process. And right now, just a few minutes ago, the White House having a news conference and really not talking about this again. Just want to point out they're continuing to kind of ignore this and let this play out. But the political climate in our country, we have seen it grow more and more divisive over the years, and especially as the election cycle comes back around again, and people have a difference of opinions as to who should be the commander-in-chief for our country, who should be the de facto leader, if you will, of the free world. There's just all of these different opinions. Some people believe that that Donald Trump is the best person to elect and should be. There are people who believe that he should be in office right now, and people who believe that he should be elected to another 4-year term in 2024. But the future of the Democratic Party is also something that is a talking point. We're going to get into more of the political side of this conversation tonight, folks, in our live stream ahead. We're going to be really talking about 2024. We're going to be talking about Ron DeSantis, especially considering that we, of course, being at a Florida news station, we're here at WFLA, we cover Florida news. And so we're going to really be talking about how Florida has become really the epicenter of the political universe right now. We have Donald Trump, who calls Mar-a-Lago home, and of course extremely popular down here in the state of Florida. But then we have Ron DeSantis, who is also extremely popular.
A landslide victory happening just last year.
Both of them call Florida home, and both of them are mounting, as we understand it, DeSantis reportedly weighing his options as far as perhaps mounting a run against Trump, against Biden in 2024. But how all of the political landscape, how the dust settles, if you will, over the next year plus, we're going to break that down tonight. We really hope that you join us for our 7:30 live stream. We're going to be joined by Tara Newsom, right here, political science professor right here in the Tampa Bay area, and she's going to really help us break down really the magnitude of the moment, the fallout from it, whether or not, I can't wait to ask her whether or not it's her opinion that it's going to help the Trump campaign, hurt the Trump campaign. We had a poll yesterday, an interactive poll yesterday, Masa. We asked, and this is unscientific, folk. We always caution when we put out social media polls, but polls are supposed to be done scientifically, but it's good to just get an idea as to who's watching out there and how people are feeling. It's not meant to be used as an official poll on record, but just as far as the audience tuning in, how they were feeling. And we asked a very fundamental question, a very basic question. We asked, do you think Trump being charged helps or hurts his chances for 2024? And we gave people 3 options. Either it helps his chances for 2024, again, for the White House, it hurts his chances, or doesn't really make much of an impact. The response by far that got the most support was that it helps his chances, about half of the vote. And then about a third of the vote said hurts his chances. The rest were kind of indifferent as far as the poll question. But as far as whether or not this reignites his campaign and reignites, his supporters, and brings, there's been so much talk about Governor DeSantis in recent months, and all the speculation surrounding as to whether or not he's going to run, whether or not this plays into, the former president's favor, is a question that has been asked a gajillion times on every major network right now, and we're going to explore it tonight with Tara. But a majority of people in our comment section have been saying we think that this is going to help him in the long run.
And I've seen a lot of reports about polling that has been conducted in the wake of this indictment, and it does seem that, the base is now solidifying around former President Trump, because again, this is just such an emotional thing. So this appears to be helping him, in the short run. And as we mentioned earlier, like they say it's helping with their fundraising. They made $4 million in a span of 24 hours. But it'll be really interesting to be there with you for part of the conversation later today at 7:30 to see what is going to be the long-term impact of this. And I think that largely depends on what happens, one, with these charges that we're about to learn about in about a half hour. 2, what happens with the Georgia investigation and the other federal investigation, and to see how all of that shakes out. And does the GOP continue to support the president? Does Governor DeSantis continue to speak out against, the other investigations? And I think the governor is very careful with his words, whereas you've seen others in the GOP, Kevin McCarthy, perhaps come out forcefully in defense of the former president. Governor DeSantis is more careful when he's making statements, where he will say things that are obviously going to be popular with all the people who support the president, talking about how this is all political in nature. This would not happen if he wasn't Donald Trump. And, he has long spoken about, allegedly these left-wing DAs that let crime happen and they make politically charged decisions. So I think it'll be interesting to see what happens moving forward. But, again, the governor has talked about how he doesn't know anything about, paying off porn stars, and in some comments that he's made in the wake of the indictment, while he has said that it's un-American, and while he has said that this is clearly happening, it's all political, he's also seemed to perhaps say that maybe misdemeanors were, maybe that those charges did happen here when allegedly business records were falsified, where a payment was made to allegedly keep Stormy Daniels quiet, but that was made out to be just another legal expense as part of like a retainer for Michael Cohen. So I think we're going to learn a lot by 7:30 tonight when we actually get to see what these charges are. And I think there's just some things that we're not going to know until we see what happens with the other investigations and whether there's continued support for President Trump. But he is going to plead not guilty, and it's our understanding from reports that he is going to be the one to say that in the courtroom today, JB.
And again, a moment that is going to be drawn, not exactly photographed, because of the limitations and the restrictions on, cameras inside the courtroom.
Yeah.
So folks who have seen on television shows or in news articles, news stories, the courtroom sketches that go on, that is gonna start here momentarily as the courtroom sketch artists are going to be there and drawing this moment in time, and those sketches are going to provide us with again some imagery, because we don't have imagery given the restrictions that have been placed on today's event. So people who are asking right now, JB Massa, where's the courtroom feed? It's because there's no cameras allowed inside the courtroom itself. Can you imagine for a second, Massa?
I wish I was in the courtroom. That's what I wish I was in there right now.
Well, just how different that one decision makes this event, because we would be watching. Well, we wouldn't be watching the booking.
I can't imagine if this was. Yeah, I mean, obviously
the booking itself.
Yeah.
Wouldn't ever. I don't think that would ever be.
They're not going to let a camera follow.
No. And we have booking videos here in Florida when we have somebody brought in on criminal charges. We just had a booking video at a St. Pete that was shared out on WFLA's website just yesterday. Mm-hmm. So booking video isn't unheard of, but in a situation like this, you're not going to get booking video. But if there was courtroom video of this moment, my goodness. I mean, this is somebody though, Donald Trump, who he's going to get an opportunity for his voice to be heard. While we're going to hear, as we understand it, his voice in the courtroom today, really, he has made it clear that he is going to be sharing his thoughts and also his vision, his blueprint for America. Mm-hmm. And again, this is somebody who has formally announced he's running for president in 2024. So that event is going to be unfolding tonight at Mar-a-Lago. What a day's events, by the way. Waking up at Trump Tower after traveling to New York yesterday, waking up today, getting in your vehicle, you're turning yourself in on criminal charges, you're being arraigned on criminal charges, you're going back then, as we understand it, to LaGuardia Airport, getting in your plane, and then being flown back to your home state, where you're going to then speak really in front of the world tonight at 8:15 Eastern. Streaming coverage, of course, we'll have it at 7:30, but that is a lot unfolding in a single day. And I say that because no one would blink an eye if the former president were to respond, let's say, on a Wednesday or a Thursday. Yeah. But no, this is all happening in this one day, April 4th.
Yeah. And one thing that we're going to be looking out for is whether a gag order is issued today, whether that's going to be something that the judge brings up himself for the integrity of the process or for the safety and for the security of, the district attorneys on this case and court officials, or whether that's going to be something that the prosecutor requests. I know Joe Tacopina, President Trump's attorney, has said it would be absolutely not appropriate. This is someone that has a First Amendment right to speak. He's running to be president, and they are going to argue that if there's a gag order placed on him, then he really can't defend himself, and that's going to be directly interfering with the election. But it's possible, JB. I've talked with some other former New York City prosecutors as well. I was in Brooklyn, specifically in Manhattan, Michael Bachner, and he said that he does think that it is possible that a limited gag order could be issued today, where the judge has to be very careful here because the president does have a First Amendment right to speak. And of course, he's going to want to speak about this. He's going to get a copy of the indictment, and he's going to have a lot to say about it, what we expect to hear later tonight at Mar-a-Lago. But a limited gag order could be put in place where the judge says, look, you can talk about financially what's happening in this country. You can talk about crime in this country. You can talk about why you should be the next president, but you cannot talk about me. You cannot talk about the prosecutor in this case, and you cannot possibly talk about what's revealed in the indictment today. So that's another thing that we are going to be looking out for today, JB.
Yeah, so this is a moment that I'm just reading through some of the comments. And again, you can use hashtag HeyJB, you can use hashtag HeyMassa to get our attention here in the WFLA Now Stream Center. I'm looking here at my screen to the left, and I don't know if you guys can see it on this wide view, but when, of course, you use one of our hashtags, you can see it here. It brightens up on my screen, and I can see it better, and I can also then animate it on screen. But we're not going to just put up any comments. Of course, any comments. There's a lot of trolls, as you would expect.
Is there? I'm so glad I can't read the comments. So glad that's you.
I'm
but
so
if
glad,
anybody's
I'm
saying
so
anything
glad
about me, tell me. I want to know.
I'm so glad that I'm not, have to talk about, you're a former prosecutor, so
Yeah.
you understand this better than most. I don't have that experience, so I'm glad.
I'd rather
that you're
talk
here
about
on the
that
stream.
than be reading comments.
Well,
but as always, tell me if anyone says anything mean about me.
We will not be changing chairs anytime soon.
No,
here, folks.
no, thank you.
Massa and I are both doing what we're supposed to be doing. And so, yes, Will, I can see you. Others, I can see you as well. And so,
and can I just say, if anyone sees me looking down, I'm not trying to be rude, to JB
Yeah,
or anything. We're trying to stay up to date onto what's happening because we're providing you this live coverage, and we want to make sure that we have information coming in from our newsroom and various sources as to what the very latest is. Because again, we are not inside the courtroom, and these are proceedings that are not going to be broadcast.
it's, trying to get some comments on screen, but my computer's locking up here a little bit.
And I'm curious to know, typically if you're in a courtroom in New York State, at least this is how it was in 2010 when I was there, if you're an attorney, you can bring in your phone. I wonder if the reporters are allowed to have their phone. So I wonder if we're going to be able to...
Yeah, follow along with some...
Yeah.
Yep.
I hope so.
Some of the tweeting activity.
Yeah. But yeah, right now the president is being processed inside a criminal court in Manhattan, where he's not going to be handcuffed, he's not going to have his mugshot taken, but he will be fingerprinted. And it's unclear at what point they're going to hand over the indictment, whether they're going to let the team have it sooner rather than later. But again, it's interesting that we were thinking maybe we were going to hear from the president. There were some reports as to that. I think it was CNN was reporting that, citing sources, that the president maybe was going to make a short statement before he walked in, but he just walked straight in.
Well, right. And the CNN report, I don't know if they meant that he was going to be making it right outside before walking into the courthouse or excuse me, the courtroom itself, or maybe inside the courtroom, or I'm not entirely sure what specific moment that CNN report was referencing.
Yeah, let me check it out, but let's see.
Yeah. But so
before
reading Michelle's
courtroom,
comment. Yeah, I'll read Michelle. I'll read some comments here in the meantime while we just kind of do some homework. Hashtag KJB, very sad day in America. God has President Trump's back. Have faith, says Michelle. There are a lot of supporters. A
lot of people love the president. The president is pleading not guilty again to this. Go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, and people are asking in our comment section, making it clear, asking, okay, so we're CNN. Why are we talking about CNN? Well, if CNN has a report and makes a claim, we want to at least, of course, we're always going to attribute to wherever we're getting that information from, but just checking into on specifically what they were reporting and whether or not it was correct or incorrect. We're just
and we are hearing that the President Biden, current president, is not focused on what's happening today in Manhattan, but he's expressed, his confidence in the criminal justice system. He's expressed his confidence in NYPD that everything is going to be smooth today, and he is going to at least catch part of what happens today. So we know that he's monitoring that, but the White House says it is not his focus today, and that's the image that they've been wanting to project to show the president, doing work while the former president is being charged. Is this inside?
This is now, as I understand it, the closest camera that we can get to the courtroom itself. Exactly where it's located, not sure. But I've been told this is the closest camera to where this is all unfolding.
Okay, that looks like it's inside, right? Are we safe to say that?
That appears to be
inside.
inside.
It appears to be inside. There's a barricade.
Stephen is asking #KJB, why are they not taking his mugshot? And we think that they are going to.
So
we have heard reports they're going to take it.
Yeah, but then now I was reading reports that they are not going to take the mugshot, that it's an accommodation that's being made, in this case because he's the former president and because, I don't want to guess as to why, but there are now reports that they are not going to have the president's mugshot taken. So,
would you look at that? I mean, look, it's interesting because, what would be the reason for his mugshot not to be taken? So,
it could, yeah. Okay, now we're doing the thing that I hate to do. It's just like guess, but it would inflame people,
we're not.
right?
But see, let me make this clear though. This is why having you here is invaluable.
Yeah, I just get uncomfortable when we start guessing.
I know that we're not guessing, but
Yeah.
you're also providing your expertise here.
Right.
Because it's standard to take a mugshot when criminal charges are being filed. So, but this is also not your normal situation by any stretch of the imagination. So exactly what would be the rationale? It would be interesting to just see the on-the-record response for why standard protocol for booking wasn't followed. And not saying that I'm saying it should be or that it shouldn't, but just understanding the reasoning for why they're doing what they're doing.
Okay, so the New York Times is reporting that under New York state law, the authorities, they must take the fingerprints of anyone charged. So this is why everyone is reporting that the president's fingerprints will be taken. But they're saying that mugshots are only used to identify defendants and to be distributed. So he's not considered a flight risk. He's a former president. He's very popular, had a reality show. Again, this is what New York Times is reporting. So photographs of him are available so that it's not necessary to have his mugshot taken. So, we will see what actually ends up happening, but that is the reason why the New York Times is reporting that the mugshot is not going to be taken today. So
I'm just going to put up Deep Soy's comment here from YouTube Live, just because something that has been discussed as far as the mugshot. The mugshot would immediately be one of the most high-profile images in the history of American politics.
Oh yeah.
If it were to ever get taken and then published, because it would be the first mugshot ever. Now, I know that there's been so much talk and so much chatter about Ulysses S. Grant and his arrest for speeding on a horse.
I saw that.
And so
fast.
but as far as a mugshot being taken for a former president, it's obviously unprecedented. So it would be used. You would imagine that it would be used both as documentation for a moment in time based on the criminal charges that are being filed against Donald J. Trump. But at the same time, you would imagine that it would be utilized. It could be utilized in essence in a campaign function. That's up to, of course, the political strategy of the campaign itself. But no doubt that there would be people that would look to use that mugshot as, as a reason as to why Trump should be elected to another 4-year term in office, and use that as an emblem, a rallying cry, if you will. Images are very, very powerful. And when you have that image, it can be interpreted in a lot of different ways. Here, what are we looking at? Let's go full screen.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah, I think it could go either way.
Let's bring up audio full. Hold on. So just some chatter from, again, where this is all taking place.
And because it's 2:05 p.m. and we're about 10 minutes away from when the arraignment is set to be scheduled, we just want to bring people up to speed that, again, Mr. Trump entered, I believe it was 1:24 p.m., that he entered Manhattan Criminal Court. And then he, we believe, has likely, because now it's almost, it's almost the time of the arraignment, we believe that he has already been processed, that he has had his fingerprints taken. Again, for the reasons that we stated, it looks like perhaps, according to some reporting from other outlets that are familiar with, people that are involved, that the mugshot of the former president is not going to be taken because they said it's not necessary in this case. But after he's processed, so likely right now he could be making his way down elevators and the hallways in the back, and he's going to be entering the courtroom. So this is what my guess is. I could be wrong, but let's keep this shot up.
You're a prosecutor. You're a former New York City prosecutor.
Well, I don't
it's
even know
not
what
a
we're looking
guess.
at.
It's just your expert opinion.
I'm guessing as to what we're looking at, but my expert opinion is, since we have this shot up, that this is going to be a hallway, perhaps.
It is.
That the president is going to walk by, that we're going to see him. So let's keep this shot up so we can see when the president, enters this hallway and, makes his way into the courtroom. Where,
now,
yeah.
Let me interject there for a second. We have been told that this is the court hallway camera located outside of the courtroom itself. However, it is unclear as to whether or not we are going to see the former president in this hallway. You would imagine that if this is the hallway that takes, of course, anyone to the courtroom itself, that we might actually catch a glimpse of Donald Trump as he heads into his arraignment at 2:15, 8 minutes from now. However, no guarantee that we are going to see him on his shot. But if we were to see him, this is the camera shot where we would see him.
Yeah, this is our only chance to potentially see. And I think, everything is changing so fast. But earlier, I thought I had read many reports that said that we were going to briefly see him. I mean, this is not a perp walk. He's not going to be handcuffed, but that we would briefly see him once he was inside. So I'm going to guess that perhaps we will briefly see him.
I want to, folks, here in the Stream Center, we're going to really stay honed in on this shot, but
Yes.
I just want to show you really quickly what it's like outside of the building. Pretty staggering. The amount of people that have showed up.
Hopefully those are not all reporters. We know
I
they're
think
not.
probably a lot of them are.
Probably a quarter of them are reporters.
We're going to do a side-by-shot here momentarily so that we can monitor both, but the crowd outside in Lower Manhattan is absolutely staggering. It's massive, again, for this moment in time. And now we hear some activity. So it looks like they are preparing for something.
Oh, did the shot freeze? Oh,
Yeah,
my gosh, okay,
and let's see if we can listen in here. We're gonna spend 30 seconds and just listen.
Sorry, my dear, we got a pop here.
Make sure I move the equipment.
Okay, and just about 15 seconds ago, we did spot Prosecutor Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan District Attorney, walking through that door, and he turned into the hallway. So we'll wait and see. I mean, my understanding was that he wasn't going to be the one that was going to be speaking in court, but perhaps he is. But he's going to be inside the courtroom, it looks like, JB. So again, it looks like now the prosecutor has entered the courtroom, or walking towards the courtroom.
Right. We don't know if he actually went inside.
Well, he's coming, this is a hallway, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so my understanding is that this is the door that people come out of. And again, I could be wrong. We're trying to do the best we can while monitoring what every outlet is reporting and what our newsroom is able to confirm to us. But now that they have, okay, wide shot, that helps. So this, I believe, is how people enter the courtroom where we expect the arraignment to happen. So it's a building, it's got lots of rooms, and I think they come through this door and make their way into the courtroom. So we did just spot the district attorney, Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, walk through those doors and make, I guess, would that be a left? Our right would be their left, yes. Make a left.
Multiple media reports confirm now that the 45th president of the United States, Donald Trump, has been arrested, turning himself in, and is now awaiting arraignment.
And I think it would make sense that the Manhattan District Attorney would be in that building, watching that. So we're just waiting to see if whether we catch a glimpse of former President Trump as he enters the courtroom for his arraignment that is set to begin in 3 minutes.
Just a, standard sort of question for you. How commonplace is it for things to start on time as far as New York courtrooms? Different states have different reputations for things starting on time, and most court jurisdictions have good reputations, and not that it would really matter because we're talking about an unprecedented event, but just on your standard Tuesday, and this is not your standard Tuesday, but on your standard Tuesday, do things usually start on time, Masa?
I think things usually, could lunch break go a little over? Sure. But I think things typically start on time. And I think certainly today, I don't think that anyone is going to go grab a latte and, delay these proceedings. I think that things will start on time. I think a lot of times, you might not be the first one to be arraigned. So arraignment starts at 2:15, but, your client might not go until 3:30 perhaps. But typically, things start on time when you're talking about arraignments. I'm sure that there's, some cases where judges are consistently late, but overall, things start on time.
It's interesting. Some of our commenters on Facebook Live
What are they saying?
are using the words perp walk and wondering if this will be the perp walk of record. Not that it would be officially designated as so, but it's the walk after his arrest, but before his arraignment, the walk from where he's booked to the courtroom itself, which again, every one of these moments now, before, during, and after arraignment, before, during, and after the booking and the formal arrest of the former president, all of this is being documented in real time and becomes part of American history. And as Masa noted, you can be on either side of the political aisle.
And it's still tough.
Yeah, it's a tough day for American history.
Yeah.
It's a tough day for Americans because, again, it's tough if you're watching this as a supporter of the former president. It's tough if you're watching this as somebody who has not been a supporter of the former president. As we now get a shot from outside of the courthouse, it is a day that will live in infamy. There's no doubt.
No doubt to that. And we know because of this day and because, so much of this country, and I think we don't want to lose sight of this, they love President Trump. They support President Trump. And this is not something they want to see. And this is something that is very upsetting to them. Of course, the president, about a half hour ago or more, as he was making his way, he did do a post to his social media platform, Truth Social, calling this moment surreal. And he said, "Can't believe this is happening in America."
Pepper wants to know. Again, you can use hashtag HeyMasa or hashtag HeyJB to have your voice heard or a question answered in our Facebook Live, YouTube Live, TikTok Live comment section. I wonder when they will set the preliminary hearing or any status hearings. Do we have any time frame from here? Yeah, people are going to want to know after the arraignment occurs, Masa, how things will stack up as far as the court schedule going forward. But do we have any idea what that's going to look like?
Well, we know that the court is going to set a schedule for motion practice when all of this is wrapped up today. Again, we expect that the president, I'm assuming, and we haven't seen him yet, but if he's going to walk out, it hasn't happened yet, but at any moment he's going to be inside that courtroom where the prosecutor is going to kind of lay out what the charges are and what the basis of the charges are. The president's legal team is going to get a copy of the indictment. We understand the president is going to say, plead not guilty at the end of that. And then they are going to set a schedule for motion practice where Joe Tacopina, the president's attorney, has already said that he's going to get this dismissed because the law and the facts don't support it and that the president didn't do anything wrong. But yes, we do expect that, at the conclusion of this, they're going to say the next time that this is going to, the parties are going to appear back in court. And the president will be released on his own recognizance. And we believe, it's likely, he's going to head straight to LaGuardia Airport and depart New York City and land back here in Florida.
Again, reminding our audience that he is expected to speak, address the country tonight, again, as really the leader of the Republican Party and the former president of the United States. He's expected to address the nation tonight from Mar-a-Lago, back in his home state of Florida, and we'll have coverage tonight starting at 7:30, and we're going to be talking with Masa and a special guest, Tara Newsom, tonight, and we're going to be going over more of the political fallout and how things now stack up as far as the race for the White House in 2024.
And our newsroom is telling me right now that there are apparently the court is running behind schedule, according to NBC. NBC reporting that this is not going to start on time. So I'm going to pass that along. That's why we haven't.
Well, the time now 2:17 p.m. So it has not. Right. But, what's interesting is this now the question is going to be, is this normal that this is not starting, on time? And we can just share, Masa and I can just share, it is not out of the ordinary to have a court hearing not start on time, because oftentimes the previous court hearing, the previous hearing on the schedule, on the docket, will run over time, or there will be something that, or even several court hearings in a row that get, that are just a little bit longer than anticipated. And so
you wonder, did something come up? I mean, they would have all of this planned out way in advance, like what they're going to say, right, what they're going to tell the judge. That somebody needs some extra time for whatever reason. So yeah, and so maybe we'll find it. Well, the delay, we don't know how long it is going to be. We're going to stay here with you live and, of course, monitor this step by step, minute by minute, second by second, really. But the reason for the delay, I anticipate we'll learn as more reports come out from Lower Manhattan. I'm looking it up right now, trying to get more information for our viewers that are tuning in.
JB Buno, Masa Saidi, former New York City prosecutor, who also is an investigative journalist here with us at WFLA News Channel 8 in Tampa Bay, Florida. We're here with you live from the WFLA Now Stream Center, and we are awaiting the arraignment of the former president of the United States, Donald J. Trump, who has been arrested in a Lower Manhattan government building and now is on his way, as we understand it. We will be, of course, escorted into the courthouse to answer to the charges from the indictment that, of course, the news breaking last week that the former president was being indicted on criminal charges.
And I just want to mention that NBC News is reporting that Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg is inside the courtroom. So we did see the Manhattan District Attorney a couple minutes ago walk out of that door. So we have every reason to believe, unless Mr. Trump is taken in on another entrance, that it's possible that we're going to see the former president entering the courtroom. Because as JB has said, cameras are not allowed inside. So this would be the shot where we would see the former president enter into the courtroom. And if there is another entrance, perhaps there is another entrance, the prosecutor, Alvin Bragg, did not use that other entrance. So I'm not a guessing person, JB, but I have a feeling that it's likely we will see the president in this shot entering the courtroom for this really unbelievable moment.
When we do see the doors open, Masa and I will lower our voices and we will bring up the audio full so that we can all listen in and watch together.
But we're just, a couple minutes away to learning what did Prosecutor Alvin Bragg base this on when he, presented this case to the grand jury. All of this has been secret, but that indictment is about to be unsealed, and we're gonna learn. Does this just have to do with the payments that were allegedly made to Stormy Daniels on the eve of the election to keep her quiet? Payments that, prosecutors will allege are illegal because they were made in furtherance of a campaign, and these are payments that were not disclosed, and both federal law and New York state law requires such payments to be disclosed, financial payments and contributing to a candidate that must be disclosed. So is it just based on that, or is it going to be based on something more? So we do expect that they're going to lay that out for us, that this is not going to be just a bare bones indictment, that this is going to really be fleshed out. And one of the reasons that we think that's the case is because we do expect, or it's been announced, my understanding, that the prosecutor is going to have a press conference later today, and we are also going to bring that to you, of course, if and when it happens.
We've been told 3:30 Eastern time.
Okay.
That is a little bit more than an hour from now, but that is, of course, that was assuming that things are running on schedule. And while that time might hold firm, because again, while we're now past the scheduled start time of 2:15 Eastern, this is expected to be a very short event, a very short courtroom hearing. So it could be over in a flash, and then that sets the stage for the 3:30 press conference. It sets the stage for Donald Trump to then fly back to his home state of Florida, and for everything to start on time as far as his response and addressing the nation at 8:15 tonight. We'll carry that press conference here on all of our platforms. A lot of folks, of course, who are very curious to hear from the 45th president of the United States after this unprecedented moment in history.
And this is just going to be, the first step to what is going to be a very long legal process. This is just the arraignment, and they're going to set, the schedule for how this is going to unfold. So it's going to be a long, long journey. Just because he's arraigned today, nothing is really going to happen for months, JB. But we do expect that, prosecutors, they changed the law in New York State back in 2020 to where you have to hand over what's called discovery almost as soon as you have it. So the Trump's legal team, they've been out there, they've been, talking, doing a lot of interviews about why he's innocent, but they are going to get, they are going to get a lot of the discovery handed over to them today, and that's not Trump's attorney, but it kind of looked like Trump's attorney, which is why I stopped for a second to look. But we're going to learn a lot more at any moment, and we're watching this door for you to see who's entering the courtroom, which I believe the courtroom is to the right of the screen.
Mm-hmm. Do you know anything about this particular judge, Masa?
Yeah, we know that this is a judge that has worked on the prior Trump cases. Let me just double check. I believe he was involved in the case that was brought against the Trump organization alleging tax fraud, and the CFO is in prison right now. But let me double check that for you right now. But I know Trump has said that this is a judge that there's no way that he can be fair to him, and I know he's worked on some of the prior Trump cases. And let me double check that it's the one that I just mentioned, the tax fraud of the Trump organization and the CFO.
You know, it's interesting. I was just sent over a basic FAQ, and this also might be helpful, especially to our international audience that is unfamiliar with the law of our country. And people might be asking, what actually is an arraignment, and what is the purpose of an arraignment specifically? And so, a good opportunity for us to just review as we wait for these doors to open. And every time we do, I'm gonna prepare to be quiet so we can listen in, try to be as respectful to the moment as possible. But an arraignment is the first time that a defendant will appear in court on the charges that have been filed against that individual.
And they're going to learn what charges have been filed against the individual. So it's your first time in court, and you're going to find out, what the charges are that the government has against you.
And this is the formal opportunity for then the defendant in the case to enter a plea.
That's right. And then this is also the opportunity for the prosecutor, if the defendant is a flight risk, or if they're dangerous, for them to be out in the community. This is an opportunity for the prosecutor to make an argument that they should not be released. But again, that's not going to happen in this case. The president will be released after his arraignment.
And the indictment is expected to be unsealed, and the indictment is the formal filing of the charges. And people who are asking, will Trump just be released from that point forward? And yes, so there's ROI, released.
On his own recognizance.
No, I'm sorry, ROR.
Yeah.
Released, I'm getting my acronyms mixed up. ROR, released on your own recognizance. And that, of course, means that that the particular defendant is not a threat, is not a danger, and is able to be released on their own recognizance. And
that's right. That's exactly right, JB. So the president will be released on his own recognizance after the proceeding. I'm just reading about how we know that this is all happening behind closed doors and no video cameras are allowed. But NBC is reporting that some photographers will be allowed to take pictures, quote, briefly before the proceeding. So I don't know if that's pictures in the courtroom. I don't know if they're talking about this shot right here. But we're just trying to see what we're going to be able to observe from thousands of miles away.
And really, I promised our audience that we were going to stay locked on this shot, but as the doors remain closed, just one quick look on the touchscreen here. We're going to show you the crowds that have gathered outside of the courthouse, and we've seen from the chopper view that there is a large contingent. Okay, so here the doors are opening.
That's Joe Tacopina. That's his defense attorney. His primary defense attorney now walking into the courtroom. So Alvin Bragg, the prosecutor's already there. At 2:28, Joe Tacopina is now entering the courtroom.
That's how streaming works. The moment I go to the outside shot, the door's open.
I know.
That's how streaming works.
I hope we didn't. I hope we didn't miss anybody. I'm sure we didn't.
And here's somebody else walking towards the courtroom itself.
I can't even look away right now because then there he is.
Let's listen in.
President Trump, will you come speak to us? President Trump?
The former president with a stare down the hallway at, I'm sure we can't see the other angle, but from this direction, we're talking about many cameras and lights facing in that direction. So a stare down the hallway, no words as he enters into the courtroom itself. And now the arraignment begins of the 45th president of the United States, Donald Trump, where he's expected to enter into a plea of not guilty. And then, of course, we will see him again on this camera shot as he exits the courtroom upon being released on his own recognizance, Masa.
And, I wonder if there are multiple cameras or maybe there's just one camera right now. But I did hear just one reporter, only one reporter saying, Mr. Trump, will you talk with us? I don't know.
So maybe there's a pool situation going on.
Yeah, I don't think there's a ton of reporters there. I can't imagine just one person trying to talk. But the president looked very somber and very serious and just stared straight ahead and walked right into the courtroom where his defense attorney and the prosecutor were already inside. And there were some reports that all three of the president's attorneys would be with him during the arraignment, but I only spotted Joe Tacopina. I don't know if I missed the other two defense attorneys.
Yeah, and I believe that it has been confirmed. This is a pool shot. That's why there wasn't a million reporters asking and shouting all in unison. But I'd like to use this opportunity. This is why interactive streaming is so interesting to me, is because we can gauge the response of our audience in real time. What I would like for everyone to do is use a one-word descriptor. Pick a word that you think encapsulates that moment that you watched President Trump walk through those courtroom or that court hallway set of doors and then into the courtroom itself. That moment in time, the look on his face, just give me a single word and I'll shout some out here out of the Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and we're on some other social media platforms, TikTok as well. We're just streaming to as many places as we can. Give me the one word that you think encapsulates that moment as Donald Trump enters the courtroom to be arraigned. I'd like to read some out here as we can on the interactive live stream. We'll start here with Regina saying upset. Lisa says busted. Kim says shocking. Kathy saw a look of Trump determined.
And I will tell you, we're just learning that just moments ago, the President Trump's campaign team sent out a fundraising email of a T-shirt with a fake mugshot that said "not guilty" on it, and asking supporters to contribute. It's being reported by NBC, $47 to the president's 2024 campaign to get a free shirt. So we talked about, the image of the mugshot, and apparently, according to reporting from NBC News, the presidential campaign team is sending out fundraising emails right now with a fake mugshot asking supporters to donate $47. So JB, it's a difficult day very clearly for the president, who we know is a fighter, but they're trying to use this moment.
It fits into the campaign strategy in a certain capacity, of course, that they're how it's going to be used is going to be, of course, demonstrated over the coming hours, days, and weeks. But we were talking just a short time ago, Masa, we were talking about how if the actual mugshot had been released, how it could potentially be used as a rallying cry. Here we have now a fake mugshot being used. We hear some courtroom activity, or excuse me, some court hallway activity. Let's just listen in for a second. And then, of course, the rules of streaming, right? When we, of course, mute down our microphones, we don't hear much shouting anymore. But I've a word that is being used. Jacinta is using the word stoic. Snowden is using the word confident. Betsy is using the word scared to describe the former president as he walked in. So these are just different observations. Jay says he had a look of disgust on his face. These are opinions of people that are joining us here in our comment section, American or perhaps joining us internationally. Somebody said the word guilty. Another word. Some of these don't make much sense because they're trolling comments in our comment section. Confident. Innocent is a word being used by LLT. Denial says peace. Sheila says angry. Let's go over to Facebook Live. Let's just hone in on Facebook Live. Leslie says, well, I'm just going to use this word, pissed. Jorge says unbelievable. Lisa says confident. And one more. Joanne says unreal.
And it's really interesting because, all eyes are on this internationally, possibly, as you said. So many people are watching this, and we only have just a couple glimpses when the president yesterday walked into Trump Tower. Today, when he, escorted by security service, walked out of Trump Tower and just kind of held up his hand like this. When he walked into Manhattan Criminal Court at about 1:24 p.m. and waved. And then right here, just a couple minutes ago, after around 2:30 when he walked through those doors and entered the courtroom, ignoring a question from a reporter that said, "President Trump, do you want to speak to us?" As he walked in for what he has described as a surreal moment to face charges, to be arraigned on these charges. So I'm doing everything I can to try to find out what's happening inside the courtroom right now. I mean, we imagine that it's already begun, but I'm trying to get updates right now to make sure we can keep people up to date.
I'm just curious. I'm just curious what we're here together in this moment.
Yeah.
Your jurisdiction in Manhattan was not this district, correct?
It was so it was in Brooklyn.
Right.
So there's, each borough in New York City, there's 5 boroughs. They all have,
You were in Brooklyn.
DAs. I was in Brooklyn.
You don't have
This is
familiar.
Manhattan.
You've never been in this particular courthouse, or have you?
I'm sure I've been in the courthouse, but
Because again, folks, if you're just joining us, Moss is a former New York City prosecutor, so.
But I did not practice in that courthouse.
Right.
I was in Brooklyn criminal court, but yeah.
No, just interesting.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of courthouses in New York. New York. So I was just checking if you have any familiarity with this particular building itself. But yeah, folks, this is the hallway where we just watched the former president walk inside the courtroom. He is being arraigned as we speak. That, of course, is unfolding now.
Yep, exactly.
And so, again, the formal presentation of charges will be put forth as far as the judge. A plea will be entered by the former president. We are expected to hear the president answer to those charges, but not obviously from a video camera, but just from the documentation of what's going on inside the courtroom from the court transcript, excuse me. And so, and of course, all the people that are sitting in that room as witnesses for this moment.
And there will be 5 still photographers as well, JB, that are inside the courtroom, briefly allowed to take pictures inside right before the hearing begins.
And we saw the photographers leave. So,
did you just see them leave?
I don't know if you caught that, Mo. Okay, so
I didn't.
We
I
have
was
some
looking
folks
down.
walking in here. Not sure if you recognize any of these faces, Masa. But no, a short time ago, I think you might have been looking down at your computer. We saw 5 photographers walking away from the courtroom. So that was their brief media availability. Mm-hmm. And so they have.
So it's underway now, I would imagine, because right before they were going to take the pictures.
That's
so
right.
You saw 5 photographers leave. The hearing is now underway.
Coffee Girl wants to know on YouTube Live, #KJB. I'm throwing this one right over to Masa, our legal expert on stream. Does him being charged mean that he can't run again, or does he have to be found guilty to prevent him from running again?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the judge is going to put any conditions on the president to tell, that he can't leave the country without notifying prosecutors. But I think there's absolutely no.
Oh, yep. No, I'm grabbing some new assets. I'm sorry, Masa, continue.
Under no circumstance is the president considered to be a flight risk. So I don't believe they're going to limit his movements. They're clearly going to let him continue his campaign to be president in 2024. So we do not believe that's going to happen. But if you are just joining us, we believe that the arraignment of President Donald Trump, former president, is now underway. April 4th, 2:38 p.m., a historic day in this country. We have this camera, the only camera that is allowed right outside of the courtroom, where we know Prosecutor Alvin Bragg is inside that courtroom right now. President Trump is inside the courtroom, and we believe that the hearing is now underway, that indictment being unsealed. And for the first time, there's been tons of reports, tons of information about what these charges could be, but we will see what these charges are and what these charges are based on. This is the culmination of a years-long investigation, many years, by authorities there in New York, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. And this year, Prosecutor Alvin Bragg determined that this case was ready to be presented to a grand jury. And on Thursday, the grand jury returned an indictment, that indictment under seal, that is now being removed. But again, no cameras are allowed inside the courtroom. Reporters are inside the courtroom, and we are monitoring everything at one time to make sure that we're able to tell you what's happening right behind those gentlemen as they're standing in front of the door of the courthouse, what's happening inside. as President Trump learns the charges that he will face and what these charges are based on. And as JB has said, we do expect the president, according to people familiar, is going to plead not guilty. Go ahead.
We're waiting for the arraignment to conclude, but I'd like to go back in time and show everybody that moment. And this is the moment that the former president walked in, emerged from the doors, of course, looking around, looks down the hallway. You would imagine here's the one reporter question. That reporter question was, I want to read this here. It read as, President Trump, do you want to speak to us? And no response there from the former president, who just looked again down the hallway.
And here is a picture of the president in court. I can put that up to the screen if you'd like for me to show.
Yeah,
This is the
we'll get that
president
loaded
with-
up here too.
Yeah. I'll put this up to the screen. Sorry, this is more difficult than it looks. So that's the president.
And we'll try to get that. A lot of these images are just getting now released in this moment, so we'll get those images up on screen. But I want to go back live to, because again, this and the arraignment itself is not expected to remain, for very long. But
Yeah, it won't be terribly long, but we do expect that the prosecutor is going to, talk about what these charges are based on. I'm seeing reporters say it's set to begin at any minute. But apparently, the New York Times is reporting that the first order of business is going to be some attorneys for news organizations that want greater access to the courtroom. So they're going to be dealing. So before the arraignment, apparently, before we take up the business of the arraignment and unsealing the indictment, the judge is going to have a preliminary manner to discuss matter. Forgive me, and that's news organizations that want greater access. They want to be inside that courtroom. They want to have their cameras inside that courtroom. So the judge yesterday did rule against allowing cameras, but apparently some attorneys for some media organizations are going to try to make an argument for allowing greater access to the courtroom.
we're about to grab those photos here, folks, of Donald Trump inside of the courtroom itself. And again, that's not during the arraignment. That was the moments before the arraignment.
Yeah. I see one of his defense attorneys. I recognize her. This is an Associated Press photo that I'm looking at right now. Okay, so we are also learning that reporters inside don't have their phones, so they're not going to be able to provide updates. So we're not going to know what
not really
happened.
all that
Yeah.
surprising.
Yeah.
Not really all that surprising. And being told here by our team that we're now just getting the Associated Press photos. We're going to put them up on your screen here momentarily, folks. Stand by.
And just to confirm, yes, JB, that judge, I was correct. He did oversee the prior tax fraud case with the Trump organization. So this is somebody who is familiar with the former president.
And back here to show you these photos. So this is our first time, Masa, looking here at the 45th president of the United States, Donald Trump, seated, of course, alongside counsel as he is awaiting arraignment in this moment. This, again, are cameras that were allowed inside the courtroom just for a brief few moments before the actual court proceeding began, and then they were escorted and shown out of the courtroom. So this is the first photo. We'll let a couple of these snapshots continuously play. We'll look here at some others, and we'll see here. I think we have another. Yep, here's a close-up shot, and that's definitely more high res. And then here, looking at some others. Oh, actually, some of these might be duplicates. I think it's really
the same
just
picture.
Yes,
two copies of it, but Yeah, 5 photographers were allowed inside to take some still pictures, and we saw them leave. And there's a preliminary matter that's being addressed, we believe, right now, as organizations, news organizations, try to gain greater access to that courtroom. But of course, the judge, his main concern is going to be the integrity of this process, making sure that the president gets a fair trial, making sure that everyone stays safe, all the prosecutors involved.
Masa here to provide her legal expertise as a former New York City prosecutor. I'm here, of course, to interact with all of you. So same exercise, different moment. Now we're going to ask everybody to, in the comment section across all of our platforms, you're commenting along with us here interactively. Please pick a word that you use to describe the look here on the president's face. What you think of Donald Trump in the moments before his arraignment. I'm monitoring here on this shot down here on my bottom right. I'm monitoring the hallway shot. There's no activity yet. And of course, this is we will see activity pick up in the hallway after the arraignment, or as the arraignment is getting closer to concluding, and there's nothing going on there. So I just want to take a moment here and just let these photos just kind of have their moment. And I'd like to ask our audience, again, the same exercise. Pick one word that you think describes the look that we're looking at here on the face of the 45th president of the United States, Donald Trump. Randy, the first word I saw, Masa, the first word that I saw was bored. That Donald Trump looks bored. Lori says tired. Kelly says a little bit sleepy. Bone says empty. Marley says saddened. So a lot of words. Yeah, a lot of words that are on the yeah, it's interesting. Just a lot of words just describing where his mental state might be. Sharon says defeated. Trish says discombobulated. That's interesting. Let's go. That was YouTube Live. Let's go over to Facebook Live. Yeah, Lydia also says tired. Raina says the word ready. Weinel says pissed. Nancy says disbelief. Ashley says disappointed. And what's some? All right, officially into the newsroom moments ago. Yeah, TikTok really quickly. Defeated says Darian on TikTok Live. Perturbed says Amy. And amnesia says unfazed is the word being. So different words, and you could clearly see that people have difference of opinions as far as the body language that we're reading into. But as far as breaking news just into the newsroom, Donald Trump has formally pled not guilty on the charges, the criminal charges that he is facing in a lower Manhattan courtroom right now as he's being arraigned. And we'll go back to the courtroom shot. Masa, to the surprise of absolutely no one, this was anticipated. The 45th president of the United States has entered a plea. It is not guilty. And of course, now that sets the stage for the legal proceedings as they are to follow here in New York.
Yeah, and the president, we knew that he was going to plead not guilty, and his defense attorney has said under no circumstances will there ever be a plea in this case. So whether it's a misdemeanor, whatever it is, they are not going to take a plea. They are going to fight this. There's going to be a schedule set for hearings moving forward. The defense attorneys they're going to look at all the discovery that's been handed over to them, and they're going to decide what the next step is going to be, but they're going to make motions to dismiss this outright. And so this is just the first step in a very long and lengthy process. So far, the president did not address reporters when he entered around 1:25 p.m. Manhattan Criminal Court, and he declined to say anything, which is completely understandable, as he was walking into the courtroom and prompted by a reporter if he wanted to speak. But we know that the prosecutors are going to have a press conference afterwards, so that will be very interesting to hear, and we're going to bring that to you.
That press conference scheduled to begin in 40 minutes from now, 3:30 Eastern time. Being told here, Trump has pleaded not guilty to dozens of counts. The exact count, I believe, is 34 charges. And of course, those charges related to the allegations of falsifying business records and conspiracy for his alleged role in hush money payments to 2 women towards the end of his 2016 presidential campaign. So two women, not just the one. Of course, Stormy Daniels is the one that is most widely known to, I guess, you could say the American audience or even the audience beyond America. The indictment is the first against a former president. It was unsealed in a brief proceeding before the judge in this lower Manhattan courtroom. So the arraignment is likely to be ending here momentarily, at which time we will see the doors open and we will hear and we'll listen. We'll listen here along as we see if whether or not Donald Trump is going to say anything to the pool camera crew that is located at the end of this hallway.
Right.
But he did not say anything on the way in. And, of course, that would make it all the less likely that he would say anything on the way out. He has, of course, been repeatedly saying that he is going to be sharing his thoughts on this process and what has happened with these charges, is in the indictment and the arraignment, all of it. As far as the criminal charges being filed against him, he has announced before today's events that he is going to be speaking at Mar-a-Lago tonight. Judy is asking on YouTube Live, actually this came in a second ago, are you covering his speech tonight at 8:15? We are. We're live streaming the speech in its entirety, and we also have coverage that begins early, 7:30 Eastern time here on whatever platform you're watching on right now, because we're going to be talking at a little bit more in depth about the political fallout from this, and we're going to be having that conversation with Tara Newsom, who is a political science professor here in the Tampa Bay area. And, of course, we're going to be talking about the political landscape here in Florida, the political landscape beyond, how this impacts the Trump campaign, how it can be, used by the Trump campaign, by their team, how potential challengers will use it against the former president. There's so many questions to answer as far as the political fallout. But what's great is that because we do this on live stream with all of you, and by now you know where I'm going with this, we'll be able to feature your questions and comments about how this now sets the stage for 2024. And there's tons of questions that exist out there pertaining to the former president, pertaining to the current president, Joe Biden, the current governor of the state of Florida, Ron DeSantis, other potential challengers as far as the 2024 race. There's a lot that we want to break down with you. And so bring your questions tonight. As far as political questions, 7:30 tonight. It'll be a live stream that I look forward to learning a lot from all of our commenters joining us, as well as from Tara, from Masa. I will be bringing that to you here live interactively across all platforms as we continue to await the former president re-emerging here into this hallway after the arraignment in New York. Masa.
And we are learning from reporters who were inside the courtroom, as you have said, the president has pled not guilty to 34 counts of falsifying business records. And it looks like conspiracy is also has been charged as well. So we're just looking for the indictment to be unsealed so that we can read it. So right now I'm just going based on what our partners at NBC are reporting, but 24 counts of falsifying business records and conspiracy for the president's alleged role in hush money payments during the 2016 campaign. So it'll be interesting to actually take a look at the document. But as you said, no surprise, the president pleading not guilty, and we're just waiting for him to exit that courtroom and to see if he's going to say anything. And it'll be very interesting, since cameras were not allowed in the courtroom, to hear what prosecutors have to say about their case.
3:30 is, again, when we have that press conference, at which time, too, we're going to be staying here with you live on the stream, folks, because at the same time, I'm sure, around the 3:30 press conference, that's not the only event that's going to be unfolding. The president is likely going to be taking off around that time. If he is to make it back to Mar-a-Lago in time for an 8:15 address to the nation, he is, of course, going to have to get to LaGuardia Airport. Probably, I'm trying to think of flight time. He's getting to the airport, you would imagine, around, let's say, between 4 and 5 o'clock to take off in time make the trip down to Palm Beach Airport, get off the plane, make the short drive over to Mar-a-Lago to his estate, and then get ready for the 8:15 presser. And while there's no guarantee that 8:15 press conference will start at 8:15, just the way that the day, is scheduled, we anticipate that probably right around the same time as that prosecutor press conference at 3:30, we're also going to have the former president leaving New York as the first president to be arraigned on criminal charges.
Yeah.
So again, live here from the hallway. And look, we will see activity on this shot when they get word that folks are going to be filing out, because we're going to see everybody file out. We're going to see Alvin Bragg file out. We're going to see Donald Trump file out. We're going to see his legal team file out. Everyone's going to be coming out of that courtroom all at once. And so that is going to be when the arraignment concludes. I want to show you here as well the crowd that is gathered outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan, awaiting a glimpse of the former president, or perhaps his motorcade as it leaves Lower Manhattan. So we got cameras all over the place, but the one that matters right now is the one right here. And again, same drill as before. When the doors open here, Masa and I will lower our voices and we'll bring up the audio full. We will listen in to see if the former president has anything to say down the hallway to the pool camera crew that has gathered there. Saying hello to the audience on the WFLA JB TikTok page as well. We are, of course, streaming to a lot of different social media platforms. Just saying hi to folks over there. And a reminder, too, that the hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyMasa, that extends to all of our platforms. Twitter, we'll pay attention to Twitter over the next several minutes, specifically for hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyMasa comments there as well. Just people that want to voice their opinion or ask us a question. We're not going to put up any trolling comments. But here, even on Twitter, 10 minutes ago when we were asking about the president's appearance in the photos, Steve used the word defeated, and Chico used the word broken. Earlier, when we showed the hallway shot on Twitter, Kathleen said, hashtag HeyJB, one word, karma. And some other comments coming in here, saying hello to some of the folks on the WFLA JB TikTok page. I hope everyone is doing well out there. I know that this is a moment that a lot of folks have a lot of questions. We're trying to get to as many of them as possible. Colleen is asking on TikTok, hashtag HeyMasa, can he do the presser if he got a gag order?
No.
Is the potential for a gag order at play here? Is that a variable?
So first, we don't believe that a gag order is in place, because I've seen absolutely no reporting about a gag order being in place. But if the judge were to, and again, we don't think this has happened, put a limited gag order in place and tell Mr. Trump, former President Trump, that he cannot speak about this case, you'd be in contempt of court if you did that. So I'm sure his attorneys would strongly advise against discussing something that a judge has specifically told him not to discuss. And maybe a gag order happens in the future at some point, because the integrity of the process, maybe the judge or the prosecutor thinks it's necessary. But as of right now, we do not believe that has happened at all, because I've seen no reporting at all suggesting that, JB.
When we asked earlier for people to give one word in relation to the former president's image in court, the Associated Press picture that we received, and the look on his face, I want to spotlight a commenter by the name of Doug on YouTube Live, and he used the word elected. There's going to be a lot of conversation as to whether or not and how this plays into 2024, but is this going to be used as a potential campaign device that launches the former president's campaign into a new, a different just higher up? I mean,
I think-
is it going to make him more electable to the views to some in the American public? It would be, some might raise their eyebrows and go, my goodness, how could somebody facing criminal charges make them more electable? But does this make him, as far as the GOP candidate, does this solidify his place as a front runner and make him more electable because his popularity is potentially heightened given what has transpired?
Here's what we know. We know that short-term polling, according to many pollsters, show that the president has got a bump as a result of this indictment. So we know that has happened. He has, various polls have shown that he has an even greater lead against Florida Governor Ron DeSantis as a result of this indictment. Another thing that we know that the president's campaign team is trying to fundraise off of this right now as we speak. 8 minutes before the arraignment started, the team sent out, apparently according to NBC News, emails telling people you can get a T-shirt. It had a fake mugshot of the president for $47. We know that they've said that within 24 hours of this indictment being announced, that they got a lot of money, $4 million in donations. So they are going to use this. This is what's before them right now. So they have to try and use it. But what happens in the future? I mean, I said it earlier on, I'll say it again. Whether this is going to help the former president in the long run depends on what happens. In this case, if it falls apart, sure, this could help him. But if this leads to the other cases, the one in Georgia, the federal one, being expedited, then I think it's going to be more tricky, But the president has defied odds his entire life, so you can't count him out yet. So it remains to be seen.
And again, to go back to the comment there about him perhaps being more, if he would be viewed potentially. I mean, when you're looking at the GOP landscape, we're going to get into this tonight at 7:30. I really hope a lot of our audience watching now tunes in at 7:30 Eastern, because we're going to be really answering questions like this. But if his poll numbers surge as a result of this, let's just say if they surge, in the aftermath of today, I'm talking about in the polls that are run in the future, and there's elevated poll numbers, will the GOP at large view him as a now more electable candidate than before the arraignment took place? It's a question we're going to dive into a little bit more tonight at 7:30. But again, in advance of the 8:15 address that the former president has scheduled from Mar-a-Lago. But thank you to some of the comments that are coming in across several of our platforms. We'll go back to Twitter here really quickly. Chastity is saying #KJB on Twitter as far as the talking about Stormy Daniels. Has Stormy Daniels put out anything today on Twitter?
I'm going to look right now.
Yeah, it's a great. I'll look as well. Somebody's asking, as far as, tweeted 40 minutes ago, some words that I can't read.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can't read that. Sorry, you guys. I have some flexibility here. Like I can, if like a commenter used the word earlier that said that Donald Trump appeared to look pissed, and that's a word that's I can use in the context of somebody else saying it, but yeah, the most recent tweet from Stormy Daniels I cannot read, unfortunately. I'm sorry.
And my partner is here, and yeah, we're trying to schedule an interview. We are in touch with prosecutors. I'm going to be live on TV at 4, 5, and 6 on this. And we are planning on speaking with, other former prosecutors that are watching this. But everybody, before they speak out about this, they want to know more beyond just that one line of 34 counts of falsifying business records and conspiracy charges. So
we're, of course, getting ready for our newscast tonight here on WFLA.
And that was me giving a message to my partner.
That's Masa
I was talking
cluing
to my
to me.
partner.
I can't stream forever. That's basically what Masa is saying
No,
to me.
I will stream. I'll come right back.
If you have to, Masa, if you have to hop off the mic, you have, of course,
Well, I
do
kind
what
of
you
want
got to do.
Well, yeah, I probably should in a minute, but I want to, have they walked out yet, or the president has not walked out?
We have not seen any
Yeah.
action on this shot, and the security detail remains in place monitoring this section of the courtroom, or excuse me, this particular hallway inside the courthouse. So again, here, folks, as Masa hops off camera for just a moment, JB here with you in the Stream Center. So again, 8:15 tonight, Donald Trump has said that he is going to address America, address the nation, respond to these criminal charges being filed against him. Respond, of course. He has pled not guilty, as we know, but respond to the criminal charges that have been filed against them, 34 in total. And so we're going to be live in advance of that at 7:30 to talk about specifically the political landscape in relation to the aftermath of this unprecedented event as far as the former president being arraigned. So we hope that you'll join us at 7:30 tonight, an opportunity to do so. You can also follow Masa or myself across social media platforms. Masa, I'm easier to find than you are. I'm at WFLAJB.
Mm-hmm.
You got a couple of accounts.
Yeah, I got it. Well, it's not by choice. My main account, and I think the WFLA gods are going to come kill me if I say this, but it's at Masahu. So MAHSAWHO. And would you forgive me? Can I go get ready for the broadcast?
Do what you got to do.
Okay. Maybe I'll be back later when the prosecutors are talking. I need to monitor that anyway. Thank you so much, JB. It was an absolute pleasure to be on here today with you. So
Masa getting ready, of course, for our newscast tonight. It's okay. That's your laptop. That's welcome to streaming, folks, where at any moment in time, there's going to be very loud noises.
Forgive me.
Masa is going to be, you'll see here tonight on your NBC station right here in Tampa Bay, Florida, WFLA News Channel 88 on your side. Back here with you live, folks. We'll continue to listen in and wait for the reemergence of the former president of the United States. Thank you to those of you giving Masa follows on social media. Catch her work tonight on WFLA News Channel 8. Opportunities for questions to be asked while we await the conclusion of the arraignment. The former president formally being charged as a result of the arraignment. And now, of course, pleading not guilty. You know, what will be interesting, too, something that we will get into tonight is, the calendar. And this is something I'm very curious to find out as a journalist, trying to find out exactly how this is going to be interwoven or how this is going to intersect with the ramp up for 2024 for the race for the White House. Will there be campaigning going on as these criminal charges are proceeding in New York? Is it all going to happen? How long will it take for this legal process to be completed? Are we talking about something that is going to happen over the course of the next 6 months, the next year? Wow. Will it extend into the calendar year 2024? Questions like that. And then, of course, the political implications of this criminal proceeding, exactly how it all fits in. Again, we're all going to watch this unfold in real time, but every time that a particular court event is scheduled or if there's anything that's happening as far as in relation to the 34 criminal charges that have been filed, people are going to ask as far as how is it going to impact Donald Trump's quest to be elected to another 4-year terms another 4-year term in the highest office in this country. How do the two intersect? We have two massive storylines as far as the former president trying to seek another 4-year term, and of course, now these charges being filed against him and the legal process that has to play out. How it all unfolds, parallel to one another, we're all going to find out. But we might dive into that more tonight at 7:30. Can't help but wonder too, as we look here, you see some of the chatter going on in this hallway with some of New York's finest. You have to wonder if perhaps some of the conversation that's been going on amongst law enforcement officers that are assigned to this today, just looking left and right at their colleagues and saying, "My goodness, is this really happening? Is this real today?" Because of, again, the unprecedented nature of what's unfolding, and you could be saying that as a supporter of the former president, or somebody who doesn't believe in the former president. You could just be looking around at one moment and saying, "My goodness, is this really happening? Is this a real moment in time?" And again, that wouldn't be too strange or unorthodox. I mean, my goodness, so many of us are saying, "My goodness, is this a real moment in time? Is this actually happening?" And yes, this is actually happening, to the disbelief of many in our comment section, people who have been commenting without our hashtag, just saying, I think still in disbelief. But yes, this is currently unfolding in New York. The former president of the United States has been charged 34 times and has pled not guilty to falsifying business records and has pled not guilty to conspiracy. Again, awaiting activity inside this hallway outside of where the courtroom is located, the only courtroom access. Now, the way that streaming plays out, as we were talking about earlier, the moment that I go to a different live shot, of course there's going to be activity on this shot, right? Well, let's find out. We'll take a moment to show you outside of the courthouse. And there you can see people that are perhaps watching the same live streams that everyone at home are watching. People who are following all the activity on their social media platform of choice or on their news platform of choice, but a lot of folks looking down at their phones, waiting for updates outside. Can't say for certain if folks here are demonstrators in support or against the former president. We have seen, of course, a tremendous amount of support on the streets of New York. There have been those protesting the criminal charges being filed against the former president, but also those who have been there in support, holding up signs that read, "No one is above the law." And so and that's why the security detail is so massive, to make sure, of course, that there is no, isn't any escalation of any kind. And so it just take a moment to just say that just a hat tip to law enforcement. We were talking earlier. There's just an enormous amount of law enforcement personnel that are on the streets of New York inside this courtroom or inside the courthouse today, and so they're doing everything that they can to keep people safe. Of course, to make sure that this is safe and secure for all participants, whether you're somebody on the street, or whether or not you're an attorney, or whether or not you're somebody who works this building or in this area, just making sure that it's safe for all. So just a big word of support for the men and women, the hardworking personnel with New York's finest. I think it's fair to say, I think this is fair to say from my vantage point, that this has gone on longer than anticipated, no doubt. This was expected to be the longest that I had heard was approximately, I think, 15 minutes, that it would be over really quickly. But they have now been in that courtroom for an extended period of time. And I don't have an exact time as to when they went in, but this is definitely, the press conference is supposed to start, as far as the prosecutor's press conference, that is supposed to begin in 15 minutes. They're not even out of the courtroom yet. So exactly what is unfolding inside of the courthouse and what is going on with this particular court hearing as to the extended nature of this, we will find out. We will find out from those inside the courtroom. But right now, this has certainly gone on longer than anticipated, and that was not foreseen. Most legal analysts that were talking about this in advance of this event, saying that this would be relatively quick, that the arraignment itself would be a formal but quick process, and it has not been as quick as some legal pundits would have guessed. You know, somebody in our comment section saying #KJB, do you think DeSantis will pardon him, as in a pardon from, and I'll just let's throw that back up. Do you think DeSantis will pardon him? This is under the pretense that DeSantis would be elected as president of the United States. And so we are a long way away from, of course, and we as a reminder, DeSantis has not even formally announced he's running, while most have assumed he is going to, and legal experts have quoted sources saying that that's what's going on behind the scenes, that he is going to run. There has been no formal announcement that Ron DeSantis is going to run, and there's no guarantee that a pardon would even be necessary, given that would happen so far in the future. However, it's just worth noting that DeSantis did mention that he would not be extraditing Trump from New York to Florida, or excuse me, from Florida to New York, strike that, reverse it. But that was not necessary because Donald Trump voluntarily flew to New York and turned himself in. So the extradition variable quickly became something that was inconsequential. However, yeah, we are far away from that scenario, to the commenter that just used the hashtag. James says, #KJB, will there be a bail? And as I understand it, what I have read is that bail is not tied to these charges. And I think that most people we're so used to covering cases involving murder or manslaughter, and that's so often times the case with our live stream. So people are so used to hearing about there being a potential bail amount set. There is no bail tied to these charges, as we have been told. And so the former president will be released on his own recognizance, ROR. Oh, yeah, this is a good point. I believe this is true. State charges, not federal charges, not eligible for a presidential pardon. Yes, these charges being brought in New York. But my goodness, that scenario is so far out there in the future. B-Sale, #KJB. He has access to a private jet. how is that not seen as a flight risk? I really don't know if anyone's going to argue as to whether or not Donald Trump is a flight risk. He has launched a campaign for president of the United States. To abandon that campaign, to flee internationally, just don't know if necessarily that is on the table or even being discussed at this time. But the former president's attorneys would argue vehemently against any restrictions as far as where he can go within the country. Gary Johnson, hashtag HJB, will there be a mugshot made public? We were talking about this at great length earlier. No, as we understand it, a mugshot will not be released. He was fingerprinted and, of course, formally booked, but whether or not a mugshot will actually get released, we have been told that is not going to be the case. Shelley says, hashtag HJB, do you think that Trump will explain what happened in court at 8:15 tonight? I was wondering this very question, Shelley, and I'm glad that you asked, because we don't know how much time he is going to spend talking about what the experience was like today, or if he is going to just read, pre-prepared remarks regarding just taking more of a bird's eye view from this, from what this process has meant for him and for his campaign and for what he thinks, what his blueprint is for America, again, in the context of his presidential campaign for the White House in 2024. So how much will he discuss today's events? I guess we'll find out at 8:15. Mimi says, will he be allowed to go home or will he be held in New York? No, he's not going to be held in any capacity. As we understand it, he will be allowed to freely return to the state of Florida, released on his own recognizance as the legal proceedings are played out here in New York. Some in our comment section are asking, could he be on the golf course this time tomorrow? Yeah. Could Donald Trump be golfing at this exact time tomorrow? Yeah. And it would be legal, given as we understand, as things are going to unfold with him being released on his own recognizance and him being back in the state of Florida. It's entirely possible, to answer the commenter's question there, yes. Manuel asking, Trump is a politician, but if he is found guilty, how would his political career be affected? And so this is exactly perhaps the lead question for our 7:30 stream tonight, 7:30 Eastern time. So stick around, Emmanuel. We'll be getting into this tonight at 7:30 as we're doing it all in one live stream tonight. So at 7:30, we're going to start talking about today's events. We are going to talk about the political landscape in Florida and beyond, and talk about 2024 and how things are impacted by today's events. And then at 8:15, we're going to listen in as Trump addresses the nation from Mar-a-Lago. And so if you want to join us for that, and if you want to be part of our interactive coverage, I encourage you to do so. Whatever platform you're watching on right now, you'll be able to watch tonight at 7:30. Donald Trump reemerges out of the courtroom where he was facing formally for the first time the charges, 34 of them, and pleading not guilty to those criminal charges. We have details, of course, on the charges on WFLA.com. So now, what's next? The crowd of supporters outside, waiting for him, activity picking up outside of the courthouse itself, preparing for now his transport out of New York, back to his home state of Florida. So we're going to watch here, and I believe the choppers are on standby to launch as we follow now his SUVs as they transport him to what is believed to be LaGuardia Airport, where he landed yesterday. And he's going to fly from New York, back to Florida, where tonight at Mar-a-Lago he's going to address the nation. And so there are some of the SUVs getting ready now, a lot of personnel being mobilized, and we also have a shot from outside the courthouse itself pointed at the door where they're going to be. There he is, the former president, walking up. And we're obstructed here behind a vehicle, but the door opening, and the president is going to be escorted into his SUV where the motorcade will be taking him to a airport to return back to the state of Florida. Released on his own recognizance after pleading not guilty to 34 criminal charges, stemming back to allegations surrounding hush money payments to 2 women in advance of 2016. And I want to switch over some shots here, folks. I want to show you now. Here is the ground shot. And from another angle, around the corner. And this is the spot where all the people gathered, a large group of people. We'll listen in. As a reminder, folks, we're also standing by for a press conference. Prosecutors will be speaking and addressing the arraignment of the former president. And a lot of questions are expected to be answered as far as this process. And that's coming up next. So stand by for press conference coverage here on WFLA Now. Listening in here live. And now back to the chopper shot. And we'll be able to follow the motorcade here from Lower Manhattan, where he, the former president, of course, Donald Trump is expected to then be taken to LaGuardia Airport in New York to fly back to Palm Beach Airport in Florida.
I lost him. Where? Got it.
And we're just listening in. This is actually
No, it's not.
some of the chopper personnel speaking here live. There was some talk as to whether or not the former president would be taken back to Trump Tower for any particular reason. It is believed that he's heading straight to the airport. And I believe, yeah, I'm now seeing here in the stream center, folks, the podium that has been set up. We have a podium shot for the first time for that press conference. You're not missing that press conference. Again, that's prosecutors. They're going to be speaking regarding the arraignment of the former president. As soon as we have action on that shot, we'll switch over live so that you can listen in. And just as we were talking about earlier, we had a feeling that that press conference would coincide with the president's trip back to the airport and his flight back to Florida. That's all happening right now. We'll bounce back and forth between our various live pictures. And I can also tell you, as we monitor this shot, we have another shot on my grid here. Not worth really showing. It's just a lot of the folks that were gathered, just members of the American public, spectators who had gathered, demonstrators as well, who had gathered in Lower Manhattan. They are dispersing and they are going home. And of course, you would always hope going home without any incident. It would be, of course, the headline you would want to hear if there was not a single person arrested over the course of today. Of course, I say that, and we're talking about the formal arrest of Donald Trump. But I mean, as far as anybody outside, no criminal acts taking place outside the courthouse, you would hope that this was a relatively uneventful outside of the courthouse for the spectators and the individuals that gathered to be there today in New York. Let's show everybody the podium shot that is now being set up. This is where the press conference will take place. And it's really important to document both sides. So tonight, we're going to hear from President Trump. But before that, we're going to hear from New York prosecutors as to facing some of the questions from reporters that reporters have as far as these charges being filed against a former president, the unprecedented magnitude of today's events. We will hear from the prosecutors behind these charges being filed in New York, and we will hear from the former president, who is, of course, the defendant in this case. That's all going to be unfolding here over the coming hours. So first, the prosecutor press conference, which was scheduled for 3:30, but the arraignment itself went longer than anticipated. So as soon as this begins, we'll just cut over to it live so we can all listen in together. And then again, as a reminder, 8:15 tonight, President Trump, the former president of the United States, 45th president of the United States, will be speaking live from Mar-a-Lago, and we will be talking about today's events tonight on stream starting at 7:30. Coverage starts at 7:30 across all platforms on WFLA Now. We will now go split screen and show you the press conference here in New York on the left as reporters gather and get ready to ask questions. That's expected to begin soon. We'll carry that live, of course, on WFLA Now. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching here on one of our many platforms, we'll carry that live full screen. And then on the right, the chopper following the motorcade that is taking Donald Trump to the airport. Being here with you live on WFLA Now. And I'll step off the mic for just a second to monitor some of the comments that are coming in. You can use hashtag KJB, and I'll try to get to as many of those comments as possible. Folks, documents are now starting to get released. I'll be reading through some of those documents here momentarily, so stand by. I'm reading through some of those documents, and also we are all awaiting the prosecutor's press conference beginning. Here on the left side of your screen, we'll go full screen when it begins. On the right, the former president being taken to the airport to return to Florida. Reading some of the notes coming into our newsroom. On the prosecutor's side of the room, they argued and raised concerns about the effect that that Trump's, they used the word threatening social media posts might have on potential jurors and witnesses. Prosecutors saying that they are very concerned about Donald Trump's social media activity and how it would impact a potential trial, and they're looking into the potential of a protective order to protect witnesses in the case. We are also hearing that Donald Trump himself entered the not guilty plea. It was not done by counsel. We're also hearing in relation to the social media activity on the Truth social media platform and just on social media in general, the Associated Press reporting that the judge warned Trump to refrain from social media posts that could lead to unrest. This, of course, coming as prosecutors argued and expressed concern about the former president's social media activity. Here we now have the shot on the left is switching over to a press conference that might be George Santos. I'm looking there. I'm trying to read who that might be. We had Santos earlier surrounded by reporters, and we can't see from this vantage point who that is. We don't have a camera positioned in front of this person, so what we'll do is we'll go back, of course, to the New York press conference and listen. Oh, no, now a shot from the airport. So there is Trump's plane on the left at LaGuardia as they prepare to leave for Florida. So actually, that was an accident. A lot of feeds being switched in the stream center, a lot of feeds coming in from satellite, other technologies, and that one just got switched before I hit it, and there is a live look at the Trump plane that will be leaving for Palm Beach Airport momentarily. And here should be, yes, the feedback at the press conference that is expected to begin momentarily. Other reports coming out from what was discussed during the extended arraignment. And the judge in this case ruling against a gag order, said he would not issue a gag order to prevent Trump or his legal team from speaking out regarding the case itself. So while there has been a warning and concern expressed regarding the former president's social media activity, there is no gag order that prevents him from speaking publicly. We talked about that likelihood in advance of the arraignment, and we were discussing how it would be unlikely for a gag order to be issued. But we do have the judge offering up as we understand it, there has been concern expressed. I just want to say there's been a concern expressed about Trump's social media activity. We'll look more into the fallout of that going forward in just a bit, as some of these reports, a lot of this developing right now, folks. Those who were in the courtroom itself for the arraignment are just now filing their notes with their respective newsrooms, and all of this is now coming out as far as what was discussed minute by minute inside that courtroom. And here we have the indictment itself, and it is lengthy. The number of pages, 16 pages. And I'll, at the very least, read the beginning. The grand jury of the County of New York by this indictment accuses the defendant of the crime of falsifying business records in the first degree in violation of Penal Law 175.10, committed as follows. The defendant in the County of New York and elsewhere on or about February 14th, 2017, with intent to defraud and intent to commit another crime and aid and conceal the commission thereof, made and caused a false entry in the business records of an enterprise, to wit an invoice from Michael Cohen, dated February 14th, 2017, marked as a record of the Donald J. Trump trust and kept and maintained by the Trump organization. Donald J. Trump, revocable trust, and kept and maintained by the Trump organization. Second count reads as, and the grand jury aforesaid by this indictment further accuses the defendant of the crime of falsifying business records in the first degree in violation of the same penal law, committed as follows. Very similar to the language as I just read, and then it goes count by count. All this information will be on WFLA.com. If you're looking for the PDF, the document itself, it'll be on WFLA.com if it's not there already. The first 4 counts relate to allegations surrounding February 14th, 2017. Let's go to count number 5. And it reads, the defendant in the county of New York and elsewhere on or about March 16th, 2017 through March 17th, 2017, with intent to defraud and intent to commit another crime and aid and conceal the commission thereof, made and caused a false entry in the business records of an enterprise, to wit, an invoice from Michael Cohen, dated February 16, 2017, and transmitted on or about March 16, 2017, marked as a record of the Donald J. Trump Revocable Trust and kept and maintained by the Trump organization. Those dates are, the charges are relatively consistent through the first few pages, but the dates are pointing to allegations on February 14th, really Valentine's Day 2017, and March 16th, March 17th of 2017. Moving ahead here in the document. More dates. Count number 8, pointing to a window between April 13th and June 19th. Allegations of intent to defraud and intent to commit another crime and aid and conceal the commission thereof. Made and caused a false entry into the business records of an enterprise, to wit, an invoice from Michael Cohen, dated April 13th, 2017. So really all of this pointing to roughly the springtime of 2017. At which time the defendant in this case, Donald J. Trump, was the current president of the United States. Once you get into the counts more, as I'm reading through this here, folks, as we get into the counts more, it extends into the allegations, again, of falsifying business records in the first degree. They extend into July as well. So into the summer of 2017, into by count number 20, we're into August. So with the timeline that these charges are giving us, the allegations are over an extended period of time with actions count by count that go over a time period from February up until I'm on count number 20 to August. Yep, August 1st. Count of falsifying business records in the first degree. Now into September of 2017. So now we're getting into September 11th, September 12th, October 18th. So we're getting now into count 28, 29. We're talking about now by count 29, we're talking about November 2017 allegations connected to charges on on the allegations pointing to falsifying business records in the first degree for November 20th, November 21st, December 1st, December 5th, and it ends on December 5th. So a period of time, all these allegations and all of these particular days point to evidence that prosecutors gathered that point to the allegations of falsifying business records in the first degree starting from February 14th, 2017 to December 5th, 2017. That really makes up the most of a vast majority of Donald Trump's first year in the White House, his 4-year term that began in 2017. It is signed Alvin L. Bragg Jr., District Attorney. The indictment that now is being read by tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, maybe more than 1 million people. This document, this PDF released by the court district in Manhattan. You can read it for yourself. We'll have it for you on WFLA.com. Following here, the Trump motorcade. Apologies for being silent there a little bit. I like to read a little bit before I actually, of course, share with our audience. I just want to make sure that I'm processing all of this in real time. Yeah, so let me bring up this comment from Doug. Doug, I think you commented earlier too. And again, why I see in our comment section a hashtag that is being used. In this case, it's hashtag HeyJB, and then I can animate your comment on screen. So Doug's was the first one that I saw. He says allegations equal nothing. Now the court has to convince a jury beyond a reasonable doubt. Good luck with that, Bragg. And so while the allegations, this document, and yeah, what Doug is saying here is true. Court has to convince a jury beyond a reasonable doubt, and that will fall on Alvin Bragg and his team as far as the charges that are put forth in this district in Manhattan, in New York. But yes, the allegations, this document doesn't contain, it contains a framework, if you will, for these charges, but it does not contain specific evidence. So this is now the formal document for these charges being filed.
Better be hot on the switch if I start asking a question. I don't want to miss the top word, buddy. Yeah, I know. No taking naps.
Hearing some stray audio coming through from the podium there. Apologies for that. So yes, so now, of course, the question will be, and this is for Doug and our entire audience, how does evidence back up the allegations, back up the charges that have been presented in the case? What does the evidence look like? How strong is the evidence? Is it based on what exactly its origin? And also, too, people are going to ask a very fair question, very, very fair question to ask. Why is it now coming out that if this is all for a window over the course of 2017, the year is now 2023. This is 6 years later. So why are and perhaps that is a question that will get asked at this press conference. We'll find out more as to why is it 6 years later that we are now talking about these charges being filed, and if and how long has the evidence when the evidence was gathered, how long was the evidence with prosecutors? All of these questions are fair questions to ask, and we'll of course be listening very closely to the press conference, and hopefully Alvin Bragg, the team, the prosecutors will be answering questions from reporters and not just delivering prepared remarks. Hopefully there is a Q&A portion so that we can get some of our questions answered. Really grateful for some of the comments and questions that are coming in. Rodney says Rodney must have been reading the document or reading a synopsis of the document because he's talking about voucher numbers. And yes, there are voucher numbers listed in this document. For example, we get to, count number 2, and I'm reading here, talking about business records bearing voucher number 842457. That is pointing to something obviously very tangible as far as the falsifying business records in the first degree charge that has been formally charged against the former president. And so, again, now the strength of the evidence over time will be put to the test. And also, too, we'll get an idea as to what that evidence looks like.
Okay, we're gonna do one last mic check. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3. Is everyone good on the mic check? Good? All right.
Let's go back and show you the motorcade making its way to LaGuardia Airport, where the plane is currently awaiting the former president. In fact, yeah, we still have that shot. One of the many feeds that we have here in the Stream Center. Let's show you. Let's just bounce over really quickly. There's the plane waiting for the former president and his team. And there's the motorcade getting closer. It is very possible that the plane will be taking off right around the same time as the prosecutors, in this case, hold their press conference. Again, we'll go split screen. Checking in on everybody out there. We've been on live stream now 3 plus hours without a break, commercial free, here on WFLA Now. How's everybody doing out there? How's everybody processing today's news? Comment at me with hashtag KJB. Hope everybody is having a good day out there wherever you're watching from. Sending along our very best from the WFLA team as we continue to monitor the progress in New York as far as the motorcade getting closer to the airport. They have arrived now at the airport, as you can see. And then, of course, on the left side of your screen, as the press conference gets closer to actually beginning a little bit later than anticipated, but the arraignment taking longer than we thought. We'll carry that live here on WFLA Now. Saying hello to all of you watching across all of our platforms. Hope everyone's doing all right out there. Smithy TV in our comment section saying, I'm British. Will these charges affect Trump's 2024 bid? Oh, there it was. Hold on. It was there for a second. Will these charges affect Trump's 2024 bid to become reelected as president of the United States? And so, what's interesting about that is that, of course, it's going to impact the race, but it will not preclude him from running as a candidate, as we understand it. As far as the law of our country, legal analysts have said that it does not prevent him from running for the White House. But of course, there's no doubt it's going to have an impact. Is it a positive impact? Is it a negative impact? It certainly changes the course of history. As we see, let's go now full screen to the shot on the right and show you now from this chopper above the airport as the security detail gets out of their SUVs. The door swings open, and there you can see the 45th President of the United States boarding his plane to be taken back to Palm Beach Airport in Florida, where at 8:15 tonight he will be addressing the nation after being the first U.S. president to be indicted and arraigned on criminal charges. Him walking into the plane solo there. And we will likely see members of his team also get out of their respective vehicles and board the plane as well. And we will await this plane taxiing over to the runway itself for takeoff for, again, Palm Beach Airport. Reminding you that on the left side of your screen, we are awaiting the press conference where prosecutors will be addressing 34 charges being filed against the former president of the United States. As you see more members of the Trump team boarding the plane as it gets ready to leave for Florida. Working to confirm this, but this has to be shared if this is true. And I believe I'm seeing a lot of reports now coming out on social media from reporters that are there in New York that the next court hearing, again, unconfirmed, we have to confirm this with our WFLA team, but the next court hearing, December 4th, that would be, that's 8 months or just under 8 months from now. Okay, here we have some props, some signage getting put up at the prosecutor's press conference. So there you can see a people versus Donald J. Trump and some signage that is now being turned around to support the argument that is going to be laid out by the team. So this might be more detailed. We didn't know exactly how detailed this was going to be, but this is clearly going to be going over some of the specifics as far as the indictment and those charges, those 34 charges. So there's the blueprint. I really hope the photojournalist in the room can zoom in. I would really love to read this this block chart. But my goodness, let's just talk about this as we hope that they're going to focus and zoom in as these have now been turned around. December 4th, 8 months from now, is the next hearing, which would potentially put trial, should it proceed to trial, in 2024. I don't think I need to remind our audience of what happens in 2024. But there's a pretty important race in 2024, the race for the highest office in our land. And so that we were talking earlier, I mentioned on stream earlier, if you were there way earlier on in the stream, I said, my goodness, I said, what's important to me to find out going forward is the calendar. And when I say calendar, I mean how this is all going to unfold as the race for the White House unfolds. Could we have Donald Trump campaigning in 2024 and having to appear in a Manhattan courtroom to answer to these charges? Here we have the zoom in. Let's go full screen and take a look at this. People v. Donald J. Trump, $130,000 hush money payments, 34 counts of, they're going too quick, 34 counts of falsifying business records, checks, invoices, and general ledger entries. I want to put down my banner. Oh, no, they're moving down. Intent to commit or conceal. All right. Well, we had some obstructions there. All right. Titled Catch and Kill Scheme to Influence the 2016 Election. August 2015 meeting at Trump Tower. And, okay, now we're bouncing back and forth. I think this photographer is just trying to get a clear shot of the entirety of one of the two signs here, as every reporter is now moving to the front of the room to tweet this out on their respective pages. And this, I'm sure, will be the blueprint for the press conference that is about to unfold. Just communicating with some members of our team here, but I'm really curious to what you guys think about December 4th being the next court hearing. Again, unconfirmed. We have to confirm that here individually. They're zooming in here, okay, so we can finish reading this. Intent to commit or conceal another crime, including state and federal election laws. And that leads to, again, this flowchart, falsifying business records in the first degree. So they have it starting with the money and ending with the charge. Here we have it, August 15th meeting at Trump Tower. It leads to a $30,000 hush money payment to the Trump Tower doorman. You guys see that? Yeah, the doorman. What does everybody think about December 4th being the next court hearing, and this trial potentially occurring maybe in 2024? Number one dad. They're dragging it out too long. Hashtag HJB. Now, court hearings are known to have, it's not unprecedented for it to be that long of a time frame. There's several court cases that we're monitoring right now in Florida that continuously get pushed back farther and farther. Melissa says, hashtag HJB, December 4th is way too far out. Why are they stalling it? Just get it over with ASAP. Look, well, that might be a question that gets asked during this press conference. Why December 4th? But again, to remind our audience, that's not that peculiar. That might feel like a very long time frame, but court cases are known to take many, many months as far as hearings and the trial to actually get scheduled. And look, both sides need time to process the evidence, prepare witnesses, present their case. So it's not that strange to see that, okay, here's the press conference. As it begins, let's listen in here live.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us here today. Earlier this afternoon, Donald Trump was arraigned on a New York Supreme Court indictment returned by a Manhattan grand jury on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records in the first degree. Under New York state law, it is a felony to falsify business records with intent to defraud and an intent to conceal another crime. That is exactly what this case is about. 34 false statements made to cover up other crimes. These are felony crimes in New York State, no matter who you are. We cannot and will not normalize serious criminal conduct. The defendant repeatedly made false statements on New York business records. He also caused others to make false statements. The defendant claimed that he was paying Michael Cohen for legal services performed in 2017. This simply was not true. And it was a false statement that the defendant made month after month in 2017. April, May, June, and so on through the rest of the year. For 9 straight months, the defendant held documents in his hand containing this key lie, that he was paying Michael Cohen for legal services performed in 2017. And he personally signed checks for payments to Michael Cohen for each of these 9 months. In total, the grand jury found there were 34 documents with this critical false statement. Why did Donald Trump repeatedly make these false statements? The evidence will show that he did so to cover up crimes relating to the 2016 election. Donald Trump, executives at the publishing company American Media Incorporated, Mr. Cohen, and others agreed in 2015 to a catch and kill scheme. That is, a scheme to buy and suppress negative information to help Mr. Trump's chance of winning the election. As part of this scheme, Donald Trump and others made 3 payments to people who claimed to have negative information about Mr. Trump. To make these payments, they set up shell companies, and they made yet more false statements, including, for example, in AMI, American Media Incorporated's business records. One of the 3 people that they paid to keep quiet was a woman named Stormy Daniels. Less than 2 weeks before the presidential election, Michael Cohen wired $130,000 to Stormy Daniels' lawyer. That payment was to hide damaging information from the voting public. The participant scheme was illegal. The scheme violated New York election law, which makes it a crime to conspire to promote a candidacy by unlawful means. The $130,000 wire payment exceeded the federal campaign contribution cap, and the false statements in AMI's books violated New York law. That is why Mr. Trump made false statements about his payments to Mr. Cohen. He could not simply say that the payments were a reimbursement for Mr. Cohen's payments to Stormy Daniels. To do so, to make that true statement, would have been to admit a crime. So instead, Mr. Trump said that he was paying Mr. Cohen for fictitious legal services in 2017 to cover up actual crime committed the prior year. And in order to get Michael Cohen his money back, they planned one last false statement. In order to complete the scheme, they planned to mischaracterize the repayments to Mr. Cohen as income to the New York State tax authorities. The conduct I just described and that which was charged by the grand jury is felony criminal conduct in New York State. True and accurate business records are important everywhere, to be sure. They are all the more important in Manhattan, the financial center of the world. That is why we have a history in the Manhattan DA's office of vigorously enforcing white-collar crime. My office, including the talented prosecutors you saw at arraignment earlier today, has charged hundreds of felony falsifying business records. This charge, it can be said, is the bread and butter of our white-collar work. And fraud presents itself in all different forms here in Manhattan. We have charged falsifying business records for those who violated federal bank secrecy laws. We have charged falsifying business records for those who were seeking to cover up sex crimes. And we have brought this charge for those who committed tax violations. At its core, this case today is one with allegations like so many of our white-collar cases. Allegations that someone lied again and again to protect their interests and evade the laws to which we are all held accountable. As this office has done time and time again, we today uphold our solemn responsibility to ensure that everyone stands equal before the law. No amount of money and no amount of power changes that enduring American principle. I'll now take questions.
So we're going to take a limited number of questions. There are no follow-up questions. One question per reporter. I will call on you. And again, we have limited time. Thank you. The first question will be Rick.
Thank you. Ricky Russell, CNN. Why now? I mean, some argue that this is a political move. You're not known to be a political person. The floodgates are going to go into
We conducted a thorough and rigorous investigation, as we're known to do, at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. I've been doing this for 24 years and am no stranger to rigorous, complex investigations. I bring cases when they're ready. Having now conducted a rigorous, thorough investigation, the case was ready to be brought, and it was brought.
Mr. Bragg, the indictment says that there were 34 false business records. And they were done to conceal another crime, but the indictment does not specifically say what those crimes were. We are assuming, perhaps, that they might be election-related. I'm wondering if you can specify what laws were also broken.
All right. So let me say as an initial matter that the indictment doesn't specify that because the law does not so require. In my remarks, I mentioned a couple of laws, which I will highlight again now. The first is New York State election law, which makes it a crime to conspire to promote a candidacy by unlawful means. I further indicated a number of unlawful means, including more additional false statements, including statements that were planned to be made to tax authorities. I also noted the federal election law cap on contribution limits.
But why weren't there those crimes charged? Why wasn't he charged with those crimes?
Well, I'm not going to go into our deliberative process on what was brought. The charges that were brought were the ones that were brought. The evidence in the law is the basis for those decisions.
Hi, Mr. DA. You had expressed a year ago that you had some reservations about the case's readiness. Can you talk to us about what were some of the questions in your mind that needed to be answered in order to bring a case of this magnitude
I'm not going to go chapter and verse into any thinking. What I will say is, I believe the time period you're talking about, I've been in office for a couple of months. The investigation, in my view, was not concluded into the conduct in particular that is the basis for the charges today. Since that time, we've had more evidence made available to the office and opportunity to meet with additional witnesses. As I said earlier, I've been doing this for 24 years. I don't bring cases prior to a thorough and rigorous investigation. Now, having done so, the case has been brought.
Mr. Bragg, Garrett Hake with NBC News. Your predecessor took a hard look at this case and decided not to charge it. Federal prosecutors took a hard look at this case and decided not to charge it. Do you believe you have new evidence that led you to decide to charge this, or why now?
Well, as I just mentioned, we have had available to the office additional evidence that was not in the office's possession prior to my time here. And as to your part of your question about the federal, we have a distinct and strong, I would say profound, independent interest in New York State. This is the business capital of the world. We regularly do cases involving false business statements. The bedrock, in fact, the basis for business integrity and a well-functioning business marketplace is true and accurate record keeping. That's the charge that's brought here, falsifying New York State business records. I'm not going to go beyond the plain language statement of facts, which I think speaks for itself. So the charge is falsifying business records. The charge requires, as I specified, criminal conduct that was concealed. One of the concealed crimes we allege is New York State election law. I sort of went through in our statement of facts, which I think many of you have in front of you, goes through things including text messages, emails, contemporaneous phone records, multiple witnesses. All of that will be, as you saw in the fall, borne out in a public courtroom in downtown Manhattan.
Last question is Jonah.
I'm glad you put your finger on that, because it's not just about one payment. It is 34 business records, 34 false statements in business records that were concealing criminal conduct. And the earlier question about New York State election law, when I talked about conspiracy to promote a candidacy by unlawful means. Those unlawful means, we allege, include the conduct set forth in the statement of facts, which is additional false statements separate and apart from the charged ones in AMI documents, planned false statements to taxing authorities. It is not just that one $130,000 wire payment. Thanks so much.
Any comment about any incitement of violence by former president?
At what point do you think that order is necessary?
Alvin Bragg speaking here in front of a group of New York reporters, which were national and international reporters as well. We're here live, of course, on WFLA Now. And so we saw Donald Trump during that press conference. The part, quite literally, as this press conference was taking place, he has taken off from New York and is headed to Palm Beach Airport in Florida, not too far away, of course, from his Mar-a-Lago estate, where he will be addressing the nation tonight at 8:15, responding to, of course, the 34 charges that he is facing here in Manhattan. So as far as our coverage now, we are going to be taking a bit of a break. But before you go, really important to note, we want to see you back at 7:30 because we're going to be talking about questions surrounding Trump's campaign in 2024, how you are responding, of course, to these criminal charges being filed against the former president of the United States, Governor Ron DeSantis, his response and how his potential campaign would be impacted. We're going to be really talking about the 2024 impact, especially now that we know that there is a trial that could potentially happen in 2024 at the same time as campaigning. A lot of big questions to answer, and we're going to be tackling them tonight with our full team, our stream team, if you will, tonight at 7:30. Whatever platform you're watching on right now, we hope that you'll join us again after dinner. Go get a bite to eat. Come back after dinner. 7:30 will be live across all platforms. And then it's all going to be in one live stream. We're going to be doing about 45 minutes of live Q&A, talking about 2024, talking about the historical implications of today, and then it's going to lead right into the 8:15 press conference, the announcement, the address that Donald Trump will be delivering from, of course, right here in the Sunshine State of Florida. Joining you here live in the WFLA Now Stream Center. And, of course, reminding our audience that, of course, all of your details, everything about this story on WFLA.com, the WFLA app. Thank you so much for joining us here on whatever platform you're watching on. If it's Facebook Live, YouTube Live, WFLA.com, the WFLA app, WFLAnow.com, TikTok Live. You can follow me at WFLAJB on any platform. And, of course, I'll be paying attention to the hashtag HeyJB so that you guys can interact with us. But we're going to be taking a lot of your questions, and some of them are massive questions, coming up tonight at 7:30. Tara Newsom, political science professor who has been with us here before in the Stream Center, is coming into the Stream Center here. Going to be seated in these seats right here right really across from me with Masa Saidi. And we're going to be taking your questions out of the comment section with our hashtag system and talking about all of the fallout from today and how this now impacts our country going forward and the election, of course, in 2024. So thanks so much for joining us on this afternoon live stream, the evening live stream, which will include the response from the 45th president of the United States, Donald Trump, that begins, of course, at 7:30 right here on WFLA.com. And, of course, on WFLA.com, all of your resources, all of the updates, all of the latest reaction we'll be hearing from Governor DeSantis. Will there be more statements issued by the team of the former president? Will there be more posts on the Truth social media platform by the account of Donald Trump, given what transpired today in court? What is going to be the schedule of events going forward? All of these questions, the timeline, the charges themselves, everything will be covered on our website. Again, on WFLA.com or the WFLA app. Thank you so much for joining us, folks. We will see you at 7:30 for our interactive Q&A. And, of course, President Trump, the 45th president of the United States, his address to the nation, that is coming up here in just a few hours on WFLA Now. See you in a bit, folks.